Hello? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hello? 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 I'm live. I'm alive. Are you alive? Are you alive? I'm alive. If you see something, say something. Hey, I'm live. How are you doing? Are you alive this morning? If you see something, say something in the chat. Hello. We can have another freestyle conversation about whatever you like. Whoever you are, whomever you are, lurking. We can talk about mushrooms or fixing the car door, um, or anti gravity or meditation, quantum biology, mm, vacations. How about that? mm, the abrupt global warming crisis. Wait, you're still here and you haven't typed anything in the chat? Or maybe I'm talking to myself. I don't know. Am I one? Ah, there you are. Waruna Farm. Hey, what kind of farm do you got? Let me Google you. Family feedlot in Queensland. Hey, nice. Queensland, Australia? Wow. Sweet. Are you mainly open or do you mainly finish the cattle off or are they mainly grass fed or how's that work? I'm gonna do the hey, we got two people. How's it going? You gotta chime in on the chat so we know what to talk about. The game is you tell me who you are and I'll ask you a question, or vice versa. I'm doing the eyebrow deal that Haley Jackson does this on NBC all the time. She gets paid like $3,000 an hour, and I don't really get paid at all. So we ruin a farm in Queensland, Australia, right? Queensland, Australia. So it's winter time for you guys, right? And how many cattle do you have? How many head of cattle do you have? Like 1,000? Do you export your beef? Would I had free range cattle beef from at Hardy's restaurant. I think it was from Australia. Maybe it was from New Zealand though. I think it was Australia, yeah, for sure. They're like, if we want free range beef, we got to get it from Australia. Okay, who's the second person watching? Post something in the chat. Whatever you want to talk about, we will talk about. Oh, is this a mushroom emoticon? Let me see what we got here. Paste. Okay, I think that's a mushroom, right? Or is that like a little UFO? Oh, it's a UFO. Oh, you want to talk about UFOs and ghosts? Or no, you're shy. Okay. Yeah, so I saw an equilateral triangle craft so close I could hit it with the rock. It had no fuselage. It made a low humming noise. It had a big red light in the center. So I think that was the propulsion, and then that was 1997 in the summertime. It flew like right over the our big oak tree, so it was about the size of the oak tree. It's like probably like 150 feet to a side, and then it flew over our garage, and it kept going slow. And so that's when I started studying unidentified flying objects, and I'm not sure when I learned about Ed Fouché explaining how the red light was the propulsion and that they use the mercury plasma to cancel the gravity. Hello, how are you, Lucy Day? Um, hey, we got 3 viewers. Oh my gosh, we have tripled our viewing. Thank you, Werona Farm. I get applause from Australia. And Lucy Day, how are you this morning, or whatever time of day it is for you, wherever you are? I was up in the middle of the night doing JB Weld on my car door, which I don't know. It sounds boring, but I got something on my elbow, and I don't know if it's JB Weld or if it's from the polyurethane paint. Hey, you're in Australia too. That's funny. Well, we got 2 Australians. I'm so proud. This is like a big moment in my life. I've never been to Australia, but my former music teacher professor went to Sydney, and he was very excited to go to the what do you call your orchestra hall there with the fancy architecture? Okay, 10 p.m. Okay, Lucy Day, please meet Verona Farm, Farm Opera House. Thank you. Yeah. Um, that was like literally like 35 years ago, or maybe it was 30 years ago when he went because I used to house sit for them. I probably house sit when he went. Maybe I was house sitting for that vacation. I don't know. He anyway, that was like another life. Okay, Lucy Day, what's your story? What do you want to talk about from Australia? Because we talked about, I asked Verona Farm about their beef operation, but they're being secretive, and I think they wanted to talk about UFOs. But do what do you want to talk about, Lucy Day? Like anything you want to talk about? Because I know a little bit about everything, and I'm not an expert about anything. I'm basically like a guy who mows. I do the I do like the lawn work around here for a senior community, and I also had a big mushroom harvest recently. You might have noticed. Kind of proud of my shiitake mushroom harvest. Do you guys grow shiitake mushrooms in Australia, like on logs in the at all? Anybody? Okay, we got somebody. Let's discuss the latest whistleblower. Oh, cool, cool heart, huh? Are you talking about? Is that in terms of the Drumpf? Um, if is it about Drumpf? Because if it's about Drumpf, I'm gonna like go Grush. Grush is what's Grush? Is that the whistleblower's name? Oh, you guys know more about U.S. politics than I do. Oh, how come? Wait a second. Is this Australian politics or you? I'm sorry, but this is cracking me up. Okay, we got a third person. You want to say hello in the chat? Whomever you are, we are chatting with 2 Australians about apparently about. Wait, you can't be serious. Oh, the UFO crash remains. Oh, right. Okay, so you're both interested in UFOs. Wow. Okay. Um, I don't know what to tell you. My take is that they're military. Those are military craft. I mean, you got to figure the U.S. military is so huge, and we're talking at least $1 trillion a year in the budget. It's probably more when you consider the U.S. debt spending. So what, like I said, I saw the equilateral triangle up close. I could have hit it with the rock. So we definitely, I mean, when I researched it, then like somebody saw an insignia on the bottom of the craft when it flew overhead slowly, and and then they posted it online what they saw, and then somebody else was like, "That's the U.S. Space Innovation Center in Colorado." So you know, it's got to be a secret military craft because, like I said, Ed Fouché, he explained this same craft that I saw, and I didn't know anything about Ed Fouché. Do both of you watch Alien Scientist? Because I posted, I did it. I was on his channel a couple times. Hey, okay, we got a third person. Are you? What are you interested? UFOs. Yes, I've seen a lot that shows the Triangle Craft is USA Tech. Right. Yeah. So that's the other thing is I looked up Ed Fouché's claims. I got his book, and his book, ironically, was published out of Minnesota, out of this it was called Fate Magazine, but then they started a little publisher, and it's out of the Twin Cities, but at any rate, um, yeah, so because he was claiming that it's this mercury, superconducting mercury to cancel the gravity. So I looked it up, and sure enough, yeah, the U.S. did research superconducting mercury like in the 1960s, and then he said they're using magnetohydro propulsion, which is MHD, which is what they already use that as ionic propulsion in outer space. But so you have to cancel the gravity just like you're in outer space. And once you cancel the gravity, then you can use the MHD drive. So both that technology, it totally exists. So it's like, yeah. Oh, the other thing is I looked up the National UFO uh reporting center. Have you ever gone to that? Baruna Farm or Lucy Day? Have you ever gone to the National UFO Reporting Center? But basically, you can look up like Triangle Craft, and I found like over a dozen sightings where the craft was seen with um, standard military craft like accompanying the Triangle Craft. So they were either jets or helicopters, and they were close by. Okay. Well, yeah, I recommend going to that National UFO Reporting Center. And I would say like half of the reports that people submit are pretty dubious. They're either like, they're basically like, I saw lights way up in the sky, but I actually saw the craft. I mean, I literally could have hit the craft with the rock. Um, and it had no fuselage. It was literally just an equilateral triangle. Now, maybe it was a drone, but the thing is that there's so many sightings, like the famous Belgium flap UFO flap, where apparently they chased the craft and they couldn't catch it. But I mean, other people have seen the craft like it goes slow, like I saw it, like you could almost like walk along with it at that speed. But then so apparently it just like takes off, so fast that it looks like it just jumps, instantaneously. And um, anyway, okay, we got two more people. We're just sorry. Whatever anybody wants to talk about. I was up in the middle of the night working on the car, just monkeying around, and so if just tell me if you want to ask me a question about whatever you want to talk about, just put it in the chat. Um, as far as the other thing, What kind of car? I sort of adopted my dad's last car, which was his just a Trailblazer, but it has that's another Australian connection because they call it the Amarabera, which apparently I think it's like a Barracuda in Australia. They have a 6-cylinder engine that they race with a turbo. And so what they do is they take this same car that I have, they take the engine out of it and then they put a turbo on it. So if you look up Amarabera, you'll find the same car that I was working on because the engine, since it's a 6-cylinder, it's like a harmonically balanced, so it gets really good torque, and so they use it for racing. Yeah, it's got good. It's like it's got really fat. It's got a nice torque pickup. I mean, I don't have any modifications to the engine, but if you do, actually, GM was there's apparently they're making a new turbo version of this same engine, the 6-cylinder. Um, I think in Mexico, and I don't know if that went into production or if it just got designed, as a working model. Not that I'm like into cars because I rode a bicycle. I literally rode an old British 3-speed bicycle for 10 years. I mean, so I'm not like some car person at all. But so it's kind of like a novelty for me to. I was just like, I didn't want to get this plastic clip part, which I'm probably gonna go get, but I was reading on YouTube and people were complaining that this plastic clip always breaks in the like in the tailgates. This is kind of boring, but anyways, I just threw some JB Weld on in the middle of the night. I'm like, screw it, because somebody said they use JB Weld. Okay, so we got 4 people. Anybody have any other questions about anything you want to talk about? Just put in the chat. Half of the people here are from us are in Australia. Oh, we lost 25% of our viewers. All right. What else do you have? How is Australia right now? How is it down under? Yeah, we're having. Is it cold? How cold does it get in the wintertime though? You don't get snow anywhere in Australia, do you? I mean, I'm in Minnesota, so we had a really long winter and we had extra snow this year, which is from the Arctic amplification. So if people want to talk about abrupt global warming, but you do get snow in the high mountains. Wow. In Tasmania too, huh? Nice. Cool. Yeah, so um I mean, one thing in common, I guess, with Australia is the like what you call aboriginals, right? I mean, like, because we have indigenous people here that were, because Minnesota, they didn't colonize it until pretty recently compared to like the east coast of the US or the west coast. Even they were here in the 1600s. Well, we had fur traders, fur trappers here in the 1600s, but not just like literally just like 2 or 3 people. Oh, okay, it's down to freezing, huh? Okay. Well, we still get, yeah, that's pretty cold. Freezing's definitely cold. You don't want to be sleeping outside unless you got a wood stove or something. Um, yeah, we get like Arctic cold here. Yeah, yeah, that's why I said freezing. So like 32 degrees Fahrenheit here is not. It's really not considered cold in Minnesota. Is it? Oh, is it? Okay. So, I mean, yeah, we get the Arctic weather in Minnesota sometimes for sure in the winter. Like you know, it can get really cold. Okay, so I have to double that and add 20. So like over 100 degrees, 100 and that's super hot, right? 110. Fahrenheit. You probably have no idea what Fahrenheit is, but I can relate. Okay, so 105. Thank you. So um what it okay, now is are most of the people in Australia like from the UK originally? Like is that just assumed that you're from the UK if you live in Australia for the most part? Unless you're maybe you're from like Asia or something, but you know what I mean? Like if you're a colonist or whatever you want to call them, settlers. Um, but you know, oh, oh, you're an invader. Okay, so like, yeah, like so. I'm just saying, because like here, like I live from the UK. Okay, yeah, because my like the community, the town I live in here, it's known to be mainly from Sweden, actually Swedish, and then the state I live in, it's mainly Scandinavian and German. But of course, there is quite a few people from the UK, like still with British accents. Even I mean, we have, but at any rate, and then I mean, like it's just interesting because you think of the U.S. is it's primarily it's still like when you watch TV, there's so much British drama. Well, how do they get green cards? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Some of them might have dual citizenship, I think. I don't know how that works. Um I think some of them, yeah, because I have we have a friend of my family who works on our library, the local library. We have another guy he ran a car publishing industry nearby, and he's still, I don't know if he's still a British citizen, but anyway, yeah, there's quite a few. Not, I mean, there's not like a lot, but there's people with British accents. We had an official white Australia policy until the '60s. Oh, really? Wow, that's. I suppose. I mean, I technically, I'm sure the U.S. was pretty much the same. Okay, it's kind of like it reminds me of Canada because Canada is more, they're more overt about their white invasion, like racism and all that. But like the U.S., they would just be like against the Chinese immigrating, or they would be try to be more sneaky about it, with their. Well, I mean, yeah, it's like the that's really, and then of course with like the whole fascist Trump thing where they're trying to be they're what they call nativist, where they're like, we like we're from the US, like like I mean most people are like that, right? Like just they're like that, are they like that in Australia too? Like to me it's really odd, like how can you claim you're from Australia? Like in South Africa, they'll say like my family's been here since the 1600s, so how can you say we're not from here? It's kind of like, well, like in Minnesota, everybody's here from the 80s. Oh, meditation question. I've learned to sit, think internally about my breath, listen to it in my mind, then external sounds fade out my hearing, and then I start to hear my own heart. I can then alter my heart rate through breathing. At this point, I don't know what to do next. Ah, great question. Where should I focus my internal eye after hearing affecting my heart? Drive up the spine. Peace. Thanks. Thank you for the question. That gave me the chills. The I was just thinking about that this morning because I listened to Qigong Master Trinity Lin. Oh yeah, interesting. That's funny because I don't think of when I don't really think of listening to my heart as much as feeling my heart, but I suppose, I mean, obviously, but at any rate, though, like I said, when I was listening to Chen Yilin, he has a recent interview he did on this fertility podcast that I put the link in my last upload on YouTube. I put it in the comments section, and so he just did this small universe meditation talk. Okay, a little Nagong understanding. Yeah, right. I was just going to get into that because basically, with the small universe, or what they call the microcosmic orbit, but the best book on that, in my opinion, is called the Taoist Yoga, Alchemy, and Immortality, which is a free book online. But it uses traditional language. It takes a long time to decode the book, so to speak. But the whole point is that what they call the monkey mind, which is just your left brain thinking all the time. When you meditate, you're trying to slow that down, if not, stop it. But also, you're using visualization, and so when you do the small universe, which is the 12 points along the outside of the body, um, the whole key point is that you're synchronizing your breathing with your visualization internally, and of course, when we visualize, like, our brain is 25 watts, and so two thirds of our brain power is for external vision. And so when we close our eyes, that's about like 17 watts of laser biophoton holographic energy right there. And you can even buy those laser healers. Like, I've never used one, but I guess they're about 17 watts. Okay, what's the difference between visualizing and using a breath mantra? Right. So the Small Universe CD, I recommend everybody get this Small Universe CD that Springforce Qigong sells. But Chen Yi made this CD, and it's my favorite. Yeah, I know. Okay, it is quite a bit of watts, and but the key, actually, that's a good point about watts, because the key thing about visualization, it's based on the frequency. In quantum physics, the power originates from frequency. And when you get really deep into meditation, you can actually sense other people's frequency in their body. Like, where is what they call E in Taoist philosophy, is the intention as E. I actually had a Chinese friend named Eli, and Li means like order or principle. So it's like, her name was kind of cool. Okay, I was using the classic Taoist drawing of the body, though to external people it looks like a landscape art. Yeah, right. And some ideas from Bubishi. I'm assuming that's like Japanese Zen, and ideas from family. Okay, great. Yeah, if you study that book, that will I practice that book like a training manual, and I didn't I had not studied the book well enough, and I had an experience that is only explained in that book in chapter 11, and I just hadn't studied that far in the book, because I'm like, there's no way I could have an experience like I didn't I I just, because I was training with Trini Lin, and I was doing fasting, and I was like 29 years old at the time, and so my energy, what happens is your energy accelerates, and so when you get to a certain level, I called it like the rocket boosters get, what do you call it, releasing the rocket boosters, and then you just you go into the free energy stage, which is what they call bigu. And when you do that, your whole body will literally pulsate with this ether, what it's called Wan Chi in Nadon alchemy, which means cosmic chi, but it's the same thing as Shakti in India. But essentially, when you're working in your body, you're working with the yin chi, which is in the blood, and then the yang chi, which is in the cerebral spinal fluid. But when you work through the pineal gland, that's the wan chi. When you activate the pineal gland, when you say your energy increases, do you mean vibration? Um, yeah, it's vibration is. That's a good question. Some people say motion or vibration, but I like I kind of like the word holographic because what happens is when you have a what they call like an enlightenment experience, essentially you realize that the truth of reality is not your mind and it's not your body, but it's something that's both inside and outside at the very same time. And so what happens is when we have our eyes open, we can process things at the speed of light based on our spirit. What they call the spiritual ego is like your spirit. It's like your ghost inside of you, and that's your spiritual ego. And you can build that up, and you can actually what they call the wan shen is when you have your enlightenment experience and your third eye opens up. That's called your wan shen, which is your original spirit from your before you were born. You're accessing that soul spirit manifesting through the heart, like before beyond death, or before you were born. And then when that happens, they say it causes great confusion, because you have this deep realization that you're neither your body nor your mind. And then after that, when you have your eyes open, you can experience other people basically inside of you because it's holographic. And what's happening is that when you meditate more, you can start having precognitive visions that are more real than being awake. And there's a good book on this called Transcendent Dreaming. And the author happens to also be from Minnesota. I didn't know that when I first read the book, but or actually, well, maybe I did. I think I bought it online or maybe through the library. At any rate, she trained in Tai Chi, and she would compete in Tai. She was a Tai Chi competitor, and then she studied meditation in the Andean in South America in the Andes with like a shamanic Andean tribe. And then she started to have these precognitive dreams, and she wrote a book about it called Transcendent Dreaming. And and so so the whole point is that when you access this Wan Chi and Wan Shen, it's described in quantum biology that all of our perceptions actually originate from this non-locality. That's basically we think there's no ether, but this is basically the ether. That there's what they call it, like Roger Penrose calls it, proto consciousness. Proto consciousness is I mean, it's very difficult for westernized modern people to accept that intelligence. There's this active information that's guiding us from the future all the time, on a very subtle level. And so when you resonate, you can like when you meditate, you can resonate with that. Okay, so my whole point was, is it just a vibration? You can't just call it a vibration because it's also information that's harmonizing us. And it's yeah, you can when you like qigong master Jim Nance. One time I was ranting to him about politics, and I was driving the car, and he was sitting next to me, and he's like, I'm on your side. And I didn't believe him. I just kept ranting about politics. And then all of a sudden I felt this strong shock, like a really strong shock deep on the right side of my heart. And of course I just shut up. And while I was silent, he said, and just after a little pause, he said, I just wanted to see if you were speaking from your heart. And you were. And so it turns out the right side of the heart is what they call the secret pinhole to the formless awareness. So it is a vibration, like a deep electrical magnetic vibration, but it's also this knowledge. Okay, hold on a second. Is yes okay? Okinawa, cool. All right, nice. What is your view of Bradford Keeney? Right. Yeah. Okay. That I'll get to that too. I'm thinking of the right way of thinking this, like as a tuning of the. Yep. Yep. My perspective has been more practical, as religious, right? So hearing this, right, is I used to gain control of the subconscious internal functions. Yeah, right, and the body. Okay. Yeah, so the okay, in terms of Brad Keeney, it's another synchronicity. You could say that he actually was a professor in Minnesota, also in St. Paul, and I didn't know this at all when I first discovered his work. I don't know, at the library or something. I mean, I'm a nerd. What can I say? But he the you know he kind of made fun of he kind of makes fun of qigong masters sometimes because he says, well, like he knew of a qigong master that went to see the Bushmen in the Kalahari, and they like blew him away. I mean, if the holographic thing, like if you I have some books of his that I haven't like read word for word yet. I mean, because he has he has several books on the Sam Bushman, and he's of course he traveled around the world studying shamanism. When he was a professor at St. Paul, he got like private funding to write a series of books on spiritual whatever healing or shamanism. But of course now he's focused on the Sam Bushman in the Kalahari. Yeah, he goes there once a year with his wife, who was a Zen. She had been living in a Zen monastery in New Mexico, I think, or California. I think it was New Mexico. I'm not sure which one, but at any rate, they so yeah, this yoga meditation. I mean, it all originates from the our original human culture, our ancestors. And so all these abilities, it's basically in the San Bushman culture, the focus of the energy was to heal, to do healing. And basically, like the women would sing all night long. And when you're singing, you're transmitting what in Taoism they call Jing. And then the males dance, and then when they dance, they send the energy back into the females. Oh yeah, like the like button. What do you know? Thanks, Bernie. We got another North American in the house. All right. High. Okay. Now the higher way. Okay. This is interesting because the Oh, thank you, Lucy. We got we lost. I think we lost our first Australian. I'm sorry. What it meaning tribes people does make you understand. Yeah, it's I speaking of like tribes people. Oh, okay, you're still here. Good. The because when I was growing up, my we had a house cleaner. I grew up in this like big Victorian house that was built by a mortician in Minneapolis. It was built on what they call Lake of the Owls, which is actually, it had been like a swamp or a wetland, and they dredged it out, and this was like the first sort of like a suburb of It was in the 1800s they built this out. Anyway, so when I was growing up there, our house cleaner was she was Ojibwe or Anishinaabe is what they call here, but Native American. And I never talked to her, but my mom got to be good friends with her, and my mom told me that her dad was a medicine man. He was a shaman in northern Minnesota, and I didn't, but she, see, the thing is I always really respected her because I could see she worked really hard, and I didn't know, like, she was the first person I saw that would work, but there was a presence about her. Like I felt, maybe, I don't know, maybe it just, okay, anyway, the Dukabers sing every letter and vowel for minutes. I probably totally mispronounced that. Where are they from? Where are the Dukabers from? Where a simple song could last for a day. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's another great thing about the is that in because you're you're Canadian. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm totally rambling here, but there was a recent DNA study that I linked on my blog that now proves that Indo-European language did originate in the Caucasus Mountains Eastern. Well, they said Eastern Europe, but it's I suppose it's like Eastern Central Europe. At any rate, they like because there was some Indo-European languages in West Asia, in like Turkey or whatever, and but it turns out that they trace the DNA back to the Caucasus Mountains. So it's because that was always like a big debate, like where does okay. Now, as far as the singing and the songs, the Bushmen they deliberately use gibberish words in their healing songs, and healing songs are also very very important in the Ojibwe culture. Here, there's a book about them, the Native American culture in my area, but the oh really, oh wow, that's quite a story. Cool, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna look into them. That sounds fascinating. So, right, yeah. The okay, so like this is yeah, the whole music thing. I mean, I'm not at all talented in terms of music, but I've been listening to Haley Reinhart, who she's a Midwest U.S. young lady who she grew up, she would kick in the womb, she would kick it with the drummer's beat because her parents were in a rock band, and then her dad taught her to sing before she could talk, and then okay, gateway process and the resonant tuning vocalizations, biofield tuning, right? Okay, so I mean, now we can talk about music. I mean, obviously, okay, essentially, when I we had a huge Steinway grand piano in my house growing up, and I noticed, my mom was super happy when she played piano. It's like, why is she so happy? And then, so I got into music. Also, I started. I didn't remember that my mom took me to her piano lessons, and she said, "Oh no, like my piano teacher freaked out, and oh, he'll be fine." And I just sat there and listened. I was like 3 years old, and then I started taking lessons when I was 5. And it turns out when you take lessons at a young age with an instrument, it increases your corpus callosum that integrates the right and left brain. It's significantly bigger, and that's the only thing. That's the only kind of training that has been proven to actually change your brain so much with increasing the corpus callosum like that. And so um, have you looked the biofield? Okay, see yeah, I have looked into biofield tuning. The that's I'm trying to McCusick. You're talking about Elizabeth, or her first name, her last name is McCusick. But what I'm trying to get at is that I studied music theory from a young age. Eileen, thank you. See, there's this secret to music tuning, and it's a very simple, intuitive notion. And I noticed a error in logic when I was taking music theory. I was taking an adult music theory class when I was 16 because my piano teacher taught it at night at this music school in Minneapolis. And there was some local rock musicians that were kind of famous. They were in the class, and she was excited about that. But um, okay, so it's very simple, but essentially the idea of undertones in Western music are very discounted because they're hard to produce with musical instruments. And of course, if you're doing the Tuvan throat singing, like if you listen to Wim Hof interviews, he will spontaneously go into Tibetan throat chanting because his that Wim Hof breathing exercise that he does, it activates your vagus nerve very strongly, and then which is, let's see, I used to be able to flex my vagus nerve on will. You can use your pineal gland to make your vagus nerve just pulsate, and that's essentially what the kundalini is on a low level. At any rate, when you have that vagus nerve, you have to meditate first. It turns out, like when they study throat singing, they found out when you meditate and you're listening to the highest sound you can hear externally, that goes into the ultrasound, and then and then of course when you study quantum biology with the Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose model, they were proven, they were corroborated by Anirban Bandyopahe in Japan, and I've corresponded with him. And so essentially, that when you listen to the highest sound you can hear externally, your brain will resonate internally as ultrasound. And this was proven in tinnitus research. They discovered this doing MRIs. It was cheaper to just use this highest pitch externally, or when they're doing like ultrasound scanning of the brain imaging. Where am I going with this? The point is like that will cause a deep relaxation. Stuart Hameroff actually got his brain zapped with ultrasound, and he experienced this big serotonin increase in relaxation that was like a buzzing sensation. And so when you meditate, it's really based on this deep relaxation. And so like Wim Hof with his breathing exercise, that's the foundation of the training, and that'll create great heat. You'll feel great heat in the pit of your stomach, like in the belly. And that's when you're starting to activate the Kundalini. And that's what our original human culture, the Salem Bushmen, they taught to just visualize fire at the base of your spine, and that will turn the water into boiling steam. And the boiling steam is what we would call chi or Shakti in India, or in ancient pre-Socratic philosophy. They had terms for it too. They called it ion or aeon, which means time, because your perception of time changes. Hey, you're welcome, Bernie. I can just go into my own world here. So people, feel free to chime in with more questions or. Okay, that's a great question. You know what? When I did this Bigu fasting to finish my master's degree when I was 29. I did intensive meditation through Chun-Yi Lin's. He was teaching through the community college at the time, but I did it through the African Studies department as a way of challenging like Western philosophy. I said, well, it's what I said, ever since Plato, it's been based on racism, because what they call the natural law assumed this like eugenics hierarchy. And so I argued that that was due to wrong music theory, that there's this logical error about music theory, and that we have to study non-Western meditation to find out the truth of reality. And so my African Studies department chair, she was like, yeah, go for it. And so during my meditation, I was remembering, I used to start when I was camping in New Mexico, because we used to go to New Mexico every summer. If you heard of Georgia O'Keeffe, when you see those Georgia O'Keeffe paintings, excuse me, that was literally where I would go every summer. I meditate. After a certain level of meditation, you cannot escape it. You're like, because of that, it's just like I think one of Moody Mongol, you have this deep physiological transformation. Like I can feel my pineal gland right now, as I'm talking, and I get internal chills. And if I'm talking to somebody else, I will have this holographic reaction to the energy based on the frequency of light inside their body. And that will reflect internally inside of me at the speed of light. But what's happening is there's this superluminal, what in Anirban Bandyopahe, his latest research is about super radiance in the microtubules with the tubulin. So they've literally documented this going on. Yeah, it's not just stimulation though. That's the whole point. It's not even a point. But when you have this enlightenment experience, you can't escape it. It's like they like the Matrix movie, like literally, like when Neo is breathing in it's like you create this space time vortex, right? You experience the space time vortex, and after that, everything's interactive through this ether, and so it's superluminal all the time. There's a superluminal. Okay, psychedelics. Good question there, because what I did is after my enlightenment experience, I decided to test out the full lotus pineal gland against psychedelics. So I took a very, very strong dose of plant-based DMT that I got, Mimosa hostilis, with Syrian rue as the MAOI, and I did that all alone in full lotus, and I literally could not move for 4 hours, and that created a very strong Kundalini activation. I called it, it's kind of crude, but I called it like being effed by God, which sounds terrible, but it was like this really deep orgasmic bliss that shot up the spine when it from after I took this strong in full lotus. And it literally it felt like when when you tear apart for those of you who eat meat, like a shrimp tail, when you separate the tail from the meat, that's what it felt like going up my back. And then when it hit the pineal gland, I literally heard like a gunshot, like in my brain, like it felt like this loud, and maybe I just hit my head and I fell over. I don't know, but other people have described it hearing a loud like explosion sound, and after that, all of a sudden, I just was in the astral realm, and I was seeing this rainbow vortex, and I couldn't move. And I was in full lotus nonstop for 4 hours, which is pretty long for me. Yeah, I was in Padmasana, and at one point, I thought, well, maybe if I maybe if I jerk off, it'll stop it. I can escape. And I don't, I'm celibate physically. No, I couldn't, like, this is my point, was like, well, like literally, like I would have a thought, but then I would get sucked back into the rainbow vortex. And so my left brain would get shut off and I couldn't physically move, like I couldn't control my body. So I thought, well, I'll get my glasses back on. I had that thought, but then I couldn't grab my glasses because I'm sucked back in. And then when this was going on, then what I realized is that my thoughts were, your whole perception of external reality and your thoughts are actually in the past, and they're a reaction to your internal holographic interaction with the future, which is non-local. This non-local future actually engages your spirit before it does your perception of external reality. So everything you experience externally is actually a reaction to what happens first internally, based on the frequency of the biophotons, because all matter is originally made of light, and that's just a proven fact of physics, but it's just not discussed very much because everybody's like in engineering and everything. Okay, so sorry, I'm microtubules in the brain are thought to carry quantum particles. Yeah, the particles is right, and it's right, the Mayan calendar. Yeah, I actually have a Mayan extended relative. I have a brother-in-law who's Mayan. I was at a Mayan pyramid when I was 14 years old, and I bought a Mayan clay flute from a local, he was probably Mayan. And then when I was 14 years old, which was ancient history now, and then I composed my first year of college. I tested into the third year of music theory, and this is a self-directed college. It was based on the Oxford tutorial style, where you just meet with the professors. This was at Hampshire College out in Massachusetts, and I composed a fugue for Mayan flute and a Moog synthesizer. and I didn't know I had a Moog synthesizer I brought out from Minneapolis, and I didn't know that Moog had actually worked at Hampshire College. Apparently, he'd done like early synthesizers there. And yeah, the Mayan, right? The thing about in terms of the Mayan culture, I highly recommend reading Martin Prechtel's book, Secrets of the Talking Jaguar, because this book, Secrets of the Talking Jaguar, he goes into the traditional village Mayan shamanism. And the village Mayan shamanism is very much different than the pyramid culture. And now what happened is that the Aztecs, they spread pederasty into the Mayan culture. And this is a well-documented fact in anthropology. But of course, unless you're reading like obscure anthropology books, you're not going to know this. But the fact is that's still going on today. It's a problem. Like, pederasty is evil. I'm sorry, but what happens is the older males are targeting the younger males, and so you get this low frequency blockage in your body. If that happens to you before you go through puberty, it becomes hardwired in your body. So that's a whole nother problem. That's what Gurdjieff called those number one males, where it's PDF drive is gone. Yeah, okay. You know what? I never really used PDF drive that much, but you know what I use is Archive. If you go to archive.org, they have a lot of books on archive.org. You can usually find quite a bit to read. And the other thing I use is Interlibrary Loan. Do you have that in Australia? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of it. I correspond with professors in Australia all the time. I correspond with Michael Corballis. He just passed on maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. He okay, cool. Michael Corballis, he was a he focused on the human language being like trying to be unique. His argument, from Noam Chomsky. Of course, actually, I heard back from Noam Chomsky just like a week ago. I sent him a video, and he said, "Well, it doesn't have captions, so I can't listen to it because he's 94 now, and his hearing he has to read everything on YouTube." Yeah, I know. Noam Chomsky. I even dared to just call him Noam because I've corresponded. I first got a email response from him in 2001, soon after my master's thesis, because I had cited him in my master's thesis. Yeah, I know. He sent me a really long email in 2001 because I was doing a lot of activism, a lot of like volunteer policy work. And I spent a couple years just reading his activism books, his political science, political economy books. And I actually cited his books when I debated the student senate at the University of Minnesota. And I relied on his research, to successfully, my resolution got passed through the Senate. Or actually, it wasn't me. I mean, I was part of a activist coalition for labor rights. And no way, we got several Australians. We got 3 Australians. I'm honored. I'm so honored. Well, Canada is basically like Australia, right, Bernie? Well, Minnesota is definitely like Canada. I mean, when you drive into northern Minnesota, though, it's such a Canadian accent, and my accent, of course, is basically Canadian. I don't actually my right. You're frozen in Australia. I have my relatives were in Canada. They lived in London, Ontario. My mom actually spent I think 6 weeks in London, Ontario during the pandemic in the she was 10 years old, so it was in the 40s. I always forget the name of that. It starts with a T. Tuberculosis? Is that right? No, it's where you get polio. It was polio. Right. You're full on Australian with the fires. What is the best book I've ever read? Oh my gosh. You know what? That's a great question because Qigong master Jim Nance, he did not learn to read till he was, I think 19 years old, and the first book he read was called Siddhartha by uh, Hermann Hesse, and he read the book because his actual real name is Sidney because he was named after his dad, and yeah, right, and but Jim Nantz, the Qigong master Jim Nantz, his emphasis is that he reads the original book of life, like like if you like he realized, if you can just go to the source of all information, then you don't have to read any books at all. And so like he will, when he does the energy healing, like these meditation masters that I had the honor of working with. Actually, I knew Jim before he was a meditation master. He trained for 10 years nonstop before he was declared a Qigong master by Chen Yulin. But Chen Yulin, he can see your past lives, but he won't he won't tell you about them unless he thinks it'll help you with your healing. But I also read Punjaji. I would say Punjaji's book, Nothing Ever Happens, the memoir of Punjaji by David Godman. That's probably my favorite book. It's like three small books, and you get it in a book box. And he also Punjaji would read people's past lives too. Like basically, if you look, into their eyes, because when we have our eyes open, our spirit is coming out of our eyes. And of course, as Westerners, as modernized Western people, we don't think. Yeah, yeah, it's a great book. And I mean, I'm a bookworm, so if you ask what my favorite book is, I mean, I could just go nonstop because I used to read literally after I got my master's degree. What I did was I sat in full lotus in public, and then I read one scholarly book a day for 10 years. And I it's spelled yep, that's it. Nothing Ever Happens is the book title. You spell his name with a P-O-O. I'll type it out here. Well, I feel so spoiled. I haven't typed anything for like an hour or something. Yeah. I'm making you guys type. Normally I'm typing all the time on the internet. Um yeah, Muktananda is another great book. His book Miracle of Love. It's a wonderful, wonderful book on Muktananda. Oh, no, I'm talking that was Neem Karula Bobby. Muktananda's book I did read also. I'm trying to remember the title of it though. Um, there's a memoir about his. I was just thinking about Muktananda recently because when I was okay, so I don't think that's the same as Baba. Muktananda, yeah, play of consciousness. That's it, right? Thank you. He he describes when he got his really strong Kundalini awakening, he had this huge erection. Sorry to be what's the word? But Qigong master Yan Shin, he emphasizes to sit on the edge of the chair. When you first start meditating, most people, they're not going to be able to sit in full lotus or Padmasana. So what you want to do is you sit on the edge of a chair with your back straight. And the reason you sit on the edge of the chair is to stimulate your perineum. And the perineum, that will connect you through the central channel of your body. Like if you rotate your eyes with your pineal gland activated, you can feel your lower dantian get activated also at the same time through the central. It's through the vagus nerve, I'm sure. But the perineum also activates the vagus nerve when you sit on the edge of your chair. And so the irony is when you have a really strong Kundalini activation, you'll get like a really strong, for males. I mean, the females, they probably have the same erection, like with their clitoris. I mean, because sorry to get crude here, because in the fetus, the fetus in the womb, it always starts out with the clitoris, and then for the male, it turns into the penis. So it's like literally, the penis was a clitoris originally, and at any rate, even though you get this super huge erection, you don't you don't have the when a male ejaculates, that's the the sympathetic, that's the sympathetic nervous system, but you need to stay in the parasympathetic nervous system. So when you sit on the edge of the chair, you're stimulating the perineum. And when you, but of course, if you do horse stance with your knees bent, um, that will naturally also stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system, which is for the vagus nerve. They did a very fascinating study on females that who had spinal injuries. They couldn't move their back, but they could still have orgasms because it's through the vagus nerve connected to the cervix. And so that goes like in front of the spine. It's just in front of the spine. So that's what they consider the central core of the body, is through that vagus nerve connection. And so that reminded me of Mukta Nanak, because I was doing meditation recently where I was basically sitting on this metal. I was sitting on a cot. I was camping in a tent, and the edge of the cot was metal, and so I had that on my perineum, and then that's like prevents that. Basically, it stimulates the vagus nerve. Okay. A bit depressed with the apocalyptic smoke. Yeah, sorry, I got frog in my throat. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying that, Bernie. Yeah, I have neighbors who have relatives in New York, or Philadelphia, and they can't go outside, because they're older with health problems. And I mean, yeah, I knew we were doomed by 1996 because I was doing so much environmental activism. In fact, when I did my undergraduate in Madison, Wisconsin, and when I left there, I kept doing activism in Minnesota. And my activist mentor, he got his PhD eventually, and he's still in Madison. And they did a FBI FOIA request, a Freedom of Information request. And there was 900 pages on just a couple dozen of us activists over, not that many years. And the FBI then asked them to rescind their request because they had to go through all 900 pages and redact it all. And even when I was in the music composition degree at Madison for a while, but I was taking orchestration, and my professor called me a communist. He wanted me to redo all my past assignments, even though I had gotten A's and B's, and I was in such shock. I'm like, communist? but my point is that when I knew we were doomed by 1996, then like literally doomed, then I was like, well, what happens after death? Like if we're literally all going to die soon, then what happens after death? And that's what got me deep into meditation. That was one of the things. Yeah, I know the professor. Well, it was the music degree. See, I had critiqued the other professor. There was basically like the other professor. He invited us to his new house that he had been building out in a cornfield, and we had been to his like debut concert. And I was like the cocky kid where I told him, I'm like, nobody's gonna like your music because it was all atonal computer serialism. And they bragged how, we can get you into Princeton, because that's where they both went to Princeton, and that's like a big CIA school too. Might be a silly question, but out of curiosity, the flat Earth Well, I've not looked into flat Earth, but I mean, I understand that they're getting into the holographic thing. Oh, really? That's awesome, Bernie. Hey, rock on. The the oh, that reminds me, the Finnish. I mean, like northern Minnesota. There's definitely Eastern European radical. Anyway, yeah. I mean, I can relate to if the flat earthers are coming at it from like a holographic argument. I mean, I can totally relate to that because I have been watching a lot of the near death experience. There's all these YouTube channels now where they have people. I would say like maybe like a third of those reports are very skeptical. Like they might just be making it up. But when you have deep meditation, I mean, I literally saw ghosts. I saw ghosts. and they floated in from outside the room, and they were shaped like humans, and they were yellow light. And we were at a meditation retreat center in the woods, and qigong master Chen Yilin, he was in full lotus meditating, and I didn't say anything to anybody about it, but I had been fasting for a week and meditating the whole time, so my energy was really purified, and that's when my third eye had opened up. And he said, since somebody can see this, I'm going to explain what it is. And he said, that he regularly heals ghosts, that they come to him to get healed. And the thing is that the synchronicity was that I had ordered through Interlibrary Loan as part of, this is my final research project to finish my master's degree. And I had ordered this book called, it was the biography of the most famous meditation master in Thailand. It was called Fra Archun Mun is his name. And that's another great book. If you can read that free online now, because they're the Hinayana or Theravada Buddhism. They have a charity. They donate their labor or whatever. So that's a great book to read. The biography of Fra. I'll write his name down. Fra Archun Mun biography. Okay, so he describes healing ghosts also. He was the most famous meditation master of Thailand, the Buddhist master. So I had just read about that he had described the same experience where he had ghosts come to him to get healed. We must be both flat and round. Well, yeah, that's to bring it back to the music thing, because when I listened to Chen Yilin's, Chen Yilin did a recent talk on the small universe meditation. He did like he did a free talk about it, and then you could buy his course that I bought it because I've been practicing that every day now for over 20 years, and well, pretty much every day, because I've been playing hooky lately. But the thing is that he emphasized this internal listening. He really did. Like, and actually in Buddhism, it's called the inner ear method. But there's something about listening. Like, we as humans, we're primates, right? And we used to live in the rainforest. And when you live in the rainforest, your primary perception is not visual; it's listening. Like, there's even some cultures where they have very bad depth perception because they live in the forest all the time. And if you're surrounded by thick canopy and trees, I mean, you're going to rely on listening as your dominant perception. But of course, ever since we started farming, the past 10,000 years, but science, we can reverse engineer science. I mean, we can use science to reverse engineer our biology, because our biology, the history of our biology hasn't really changed in the past 100,000 years, at least. And if you read this there's a radical anthropology research group that they have a channel on Vimeo, and they have regular lectures on there, and they also have a YouTube channel. They don't post everything to their YouTube channel. What's the book called? If you just search the biography of Fra Archun Mun, there's not really a title. Is that the book you mean? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You guys are working it. So what was I just talking about? I only got like a half a night's sleep, so if I zone out, I have a good excuse. Yeah. So, okay, the music, the internal listening. See, the whole thing is that it's very fascinating, because in music, if you understand this music theory secret, that I noticed this logical error when I was a teenager, and I kept it to myself. But I was like, what happened is I took oh my gosh, 24 hours of sleep. That's hilarious. You must have really needed it. The Vimeo channel is radical anthropology. And there's this guy, Jerome Lewis. Jerome Lewis. He's been living with the I get emotional about this because he, like, if have you ever traveled out, what my activist friend, like, I think I don't know if he called it the periphery of the empire, but he recommended to me, you got to get out to see these other countries where, I mean, I did have the honor. I went to Morocco. I visited the most traditional Berber tribe in Morocco in 1997, and it was literally like going back in time, thousands of years. And the I'll get to your get to your question in a second. But the but Jerome Lewis, living with the what are called the pygmy people. I mean, he's like going back in time. What what they documented is that the San Bushmen and the pygmy, they separated genetically. They separated like 70,000 years ago, but they have the exact same music, the exact same culture for the most part. Um, and it's really fascinating because all the males are required to do this spiritual training, and the San Bushmen are older. They are the original human culture, but the pygmy, like, literally, it's all about music. I mean, they're singing all the time. It's like living in a musical. They're breaking out in song, and but of course, there's a deeper level to the music, because what happens is I had this happen to me by accident when I was a teenager. I was so immersed in music. I mean, I was studying classical piano. I was singing in the church choir, but I was also playing in a noise grunge punk band. I'm just ranting here. Okay, have you heard of the seven frequencies musical tones that, when combined, open a portal? There's been rumors of this lately. I've not heard those rumors, but that reminds me of Gurdjieff, or not Gurdjieff, of Bartok. When I was in my first year at college, I wrote a paper on Bartok, and there's this very interesting book by Erno Lenvi on Bartok, and he was going into the Fibonacci and the golden mean, and claiming that Bartok used them. But what we do know about Bartok is he had this one special chord he liked to use, where, let's see if I can remember the chord. It's been a while. It's been like 30 years. So, but essentially, uh, like in jazz music, where you have like the ninth and the 11th, and then like the 13th. He would just keep going like that, and he would pile it all on together, and so you get this like wall of sound effect. But in terms of the seven frequencies of the diatonic scale, what people don't notice is when you learn that do a deer scale in The Sound of Music, do a deer, a female deer. I'm not even gonna sing because but what people don't notice is that the the scale actually starts from the perfect fifth below. And I have an image from this that I borrowed from a university lecture. But there's an X. Like, if, like, normally, like, conventionally, you'll have C as the fundamental tone, or the root tonic, but then the perfect fifth below that is the F. And so they have the C as an X, because when you create the diatonic scale, you cannot have that perfect fifth below in the same scale, the F, because that F is actually a perfect fourth within the same octave scale. And so you have to throw in that X. And when you're throwing in that X, you're acknowledging that even the first seven, quote unquote, frequencies as a diatonic scale they're not discrete, they're not rational numbers or rational ratios. You have to, in order to have that Western idea of a symmetric octave, you have to create what Philoleus did originally. If you read Professor Richard McCurahan, because when he translated Philoleus, he figured out that Philoleus, flipped his lyre around, and so when you flip, the lyre's like a little harp, and so you're changing what he did was he changed the fundamental tone. So he when he they call it the greater perfect system in the ancient Greek tuning, where you have a double octave, and you have to use a double octave. But what you're doing is you're hiding a change of the fundamental tone. So they changed. Phil Elias, he changed the fundamental tone from 0 to 12 to 0 to 8, and so by doing that, he was able to then create a perfect fourth as a. Well, he was the first person to use magnitude in Western mathematics to refer to a ratio and not to a geometric line. So music theory was the origin of irrational magnitude mathematics. That then the square root of 2 is actually the tritone music interval, as what was 9/8 as the major second tone. That was then cubed, and that's cubed into the tritone. What then became the tritone? That's the very first mathematical proof for the square root of 2, which is called the power axiom set in Western music. It's considered the most proven, or Western math. It's the most proven mathematical theorem is the square root of 2, but it actually originates from this wrong music theory. And when you understand, the only person I could find who understood this was Fields Medal math professor Alon Khan. And it turns out he has this great lecture on YouTube, music of shapes. And so the way he talks about it is he talks about the Pythagorean comma. And so everybody learns this in music theory, that, when you have 7 octaves and then you have the 12 perfect fifths, and the 12 perfect fifths are used to make the chromatic scale, and they don't line up. But so then you end up getting, since you have 3 halves is the perfect fifth, but since it's a logarithm, you're assuming it's a logarithm, so you can then add the denominator to the octave of the 2. So then you get 3 to the 12th approximates 2 to the 19th. And then, but what happens is when you put that back down to the same scale, you're inverting the exponentials as non-commutative math. So then you get 3 to the 1/19th is 2 to the 1/12th, and that basic fact doesn't get noticed. Yeah, I'll be happy to. I can be on. Just just schedule it whenever you want, and you can send me an email to my Ego Echo Cultivation at Gmail. Just schedule it whenever you want, and I'll be there, because I got a flexible schedule for the most part, unless it's around dinner time, because I have to. I have family obligations, so unless I can't do it if it's like 5 to 7. And I know you do stuff late at night, like you do stuff super late, and I have to be kind of quiet at night, because I help out. I actually live in a senior housing community, so I help, which is pretty interesting. All right, so any other questions? Because otherwise I just start rambling and I go into my little world of tangents and rants, and but okay, so this deeper, okay, what I was talking about was that when I was in high school, I memorized Bach's Italian Concerto in F major for my senior piano concert. Okay, that sounds good. Right on, Bernie. No, that's fine. Yeah, that's the problem. Is Chin Lin, the Qigong master Chin Lin? He said, you think too much, and I completely admit that problem of, and what thinking uses your yin qi, and the yin qi, like when you get frisson in music, it's called frisson. You get that internal tingling and chills. That's literally the free radicals are getting neutralized by the negative ions, and so the yin qi, it's in the blood, and that's the negative ions that you can absorb those when you are barefoot on the earth, because the earth is getting hit by lightning 40 times a second, and that's what creates the Schumann resonance, and or part of it. I don't know if but the that Schumann resonance, it's 7 to 8 times a second, or 7.83 precisely, is the strongest amplitude of that. But there's a secret to that Andrija Puharich first figured out, that on a quantum biology level, that's actually a time reversed signal between the proton and the electron. So you have it's the phase velocity, or it's the velocity difference as the magnetic moment between the proton and the electron. It creates this 7.83 hertz. You can look that up in the and the nuclear magnetic resonance research. I have that on my blog, where I corroborated his claim there that there is this 7.8 hertz signal, and it, so essentially, in other words, when you're standing with your knees bent and your legs start shaking, and this is what the Brad Keeney emphasizes with the Kalahari Bushman. He makes fun of meditation, because he's like, you gotta, like, there's this kung fu teacher in the UK also, and he says, qigong in China, you have to first do active exercise, which is the Shaolin martial arts training, and that's why they also call it internal martial arts. But when you get really deep into meditation in the alchemy tradition, they rely on the full lotus and also cave meditation, and they will do the dry fasting. So my Chin Lin, he went 28 days. He had 6 small bottles of water, those little plastic bottles. I don't know if they were plastic. They probably were, but at any rate, what happens is that I called it reverse electrolysis when I experienced it, but you feel this flowing water coming out of the center of your brain, and the top of your skull literally gets soft. Your bones get soft, and they pulsate. They pulsate with the energy, and what happens is your fontanelle opens up again, and they call it fetus breathing. In Taoism, it's called fetus breathing. And that Taoist Yoga, Alchemy, and Immortality book goes into this in detail, explains it. And like Freud used to make fun of meditation as primitive narcissism, but I mean, in the West, we don't have this concept of what's called non-dualism, in that they have there's the whole Western Enlightenment scene is all about non-dualism, which literally means not two. But there's actually a deeper secret to that. Ramana Maharshi, he talks about the undifferentiated triad of the 3 gunas of India, and the 3 gunas are the oldest philosophy of India, and so they also call it the 3 gunas of no guna. And so in India you have sattva and rajas and tamas, and that's also based on music theory. It's the same music theory secret. My book, Ancient Advanced Acoustic Alchemy, goes into this, where I connect the small universe meditation of China with the same meditation in Kriya Yoga. And you also find that in the Pythagorean philosophy, and in Gurdjieff too. I mean, they called it the circulation of light. And so in the pre-Socratic philosophy, the self was actually light. And because that, like Socrates saying, know thyself. Well, okay, the music theory secret. Hold on a second. I'm gonna change my full lotus posture. I'm gonna change the leg. I'm putting my yang leg. You're supposed to have your left leg on top, because that means yang embracing yin. Yeah, here's the name of my book, Ancient Advanced Acoustic Alchemy. You can get that on Docdroid. It's just free, or else it's on that book. I have like, I don't know, like 6 books now or something. I don't keep track. But the music theory, Alon Khan, he calls it a very simple, intuitive notion. And Alon Khan, his grandmother was a piano teacher in France, and so he also was trained in music from a young age. And then they moved when he was 5 years old, and so he wasn't able to keep up his music training as much, and so that's why he went into mathematics. But he reads musical scores on the I don't know what do they have in Paris, the subway. I don't know what do they call it in Paris, like their mass transit. um I was in Paris like overnight. The metro, thank you. I was in Paris overnight in a taxi cab, and just as a airport transfer, I took a cab and into Paris, and I had them show me the Eiffel Tower. My parents, my dad was in France, and he studied it in London for a summer, and then he went to France quite a bit. That was like in the early '60s when there was a lot of political turmoil, because of Algeria and at any rate, the Cold War and everything. What was I talking about? Anyone who doesn't understand meditation or reincarnation has zero connection. Yeah, there is. I mean, some people do have these. Some people are kind of born. They're born with it. I mean, there are some people who have intuitive experiences but oh, right, the music theory secret. Okay, so I mean, like I said, Alon Khan, I like to rely on Alon Khan because he's got a Fields Medal, and a Fields Medal is harder to get than the Nobel Prize. Right. Okay, so I was taking music theory, and basically, like you learned the perfect fifth in basic music theory ratios is yeah, zombies. The perfect in basic music theory ratios, like if you have a fundamental tone, you're listening. Like, see, this is the key fact, is that as Westerners, we tend to define music in terms of physics, and we tend to assume you need a musical instrument. But if you look at our original human culture, the women sing all night long, and they clap, and then the men dance and they sing too. But the songs, they purposely use gibberish words. And most people, when they listen to music, there's words, and then they tend to attach to the words, probably more than the music. But what so essentially, when you're listening to the source of sound, then you have to wonder, where does the sound come from? I mean, that's just a natural, logical question. And so when I took music theory, I noticed that when they're teaching the basic music ratios, the fundamental tone is 1, right? You call it the root tonic. So you call that the 1. And then in terms of pitch, that's conventionally called C. Well, so the perfect fifth can be a C to F, or which would be, or it's actually F to C in terms of C as the octave, because the number 2 is perceived as the same pitch, because you're just doubling the frequency, right? But then as the overtone, the perfect fifth is C to G. So that means that would be 3 halves, It's very simple, right? But this C to F, then it has to be an undertone, which means it's 2/3. But mathematically, you cannot use 2/3 as the perfect fifth in the same octave or the same scale, even though empirically it's a physical fact that 2/3 is also a perfect fifth, to the same root tonic. Now, another way, so this is as soon as I learned that that's not allowed, I realized, I said, well, it's empirically, it's true. So therefore, physically, it's true. And if that's true, then it must be an infinite resonance of energy. And I asked my piano teacher had married her professor while I was her student. I was one of her first students, and so I remember him showing up at her door at her in the music school that I trained at, and at any rate, I started studying with him privately. He took me on as a student, so I studied ear training and orchestration. And orchestration's a real trip, and music theory and composition. And so, I asked him about this. Why isn't the perfect fifth as 2/3 allowed in the scale? And he said, because of logarithms. And so again, I'm like a cocky teenager, and I'm like, well, okay, mathematically, yeah, I understand it's logarithms, but empirically, as a musician, somebody who trained based on listening and devoting my life to music training, that I know that, especially in blues music, like all pretty much all music is based on the what they call the 1-4-5, which is the root tonic. You think of it as chords usually, but it's essentially the music intervals. And this is what Alam Khan talks about. He calls them chords, and he's like, you have these two note chords, but you're not allowed to use, if you have three notes, you're not allowed to use all three notes as chords in the same scale. And he says that basic fact is non-commutativity, what he calls non-com. Now, I was calling it complementary opposites. Now, so I kept this idea to myself because what I ended up reading Sir James Jeans' book, Music and Science, and he was a early quantum physicist. He came up with the Jeans-Riley law that to explain the black body radiation, ultraviolet catastrophe. Just a little aside, but at any rate, in his book, you can read his book for free online. Sir James Jeans, Sir James Jeans, Science and Music. And so, okay, he has in there, I think it's like page 112, if I remember correctly. Now he has the Pythagorean scale. He says it's an infinite spiral, and he has a great line in there. He says, all simplicity disappears. And that phrase, all simplicity disappears. I think I read that as a teenager. I read that book. I'm pretty sure, I can't remember when I first read that book, but okay, the second, well, one of the things my music teacher showed me is that if you silently hold down a piano key, and then you strike a close harmonic to it. So basically, you silently hold down the fifth, like a G, and then you strike like a couple octaves lower, and you hit a C. Then the G will magically sound out because of the resonance, and and so that concept with the complementary opposites of the perfect fifth as an undertone, along with perfect fifth as an overtone, I realized that they must be resonating at the same time, infinitely, and that secretly is harmonizing all of reality. And of course, my music teachers were. I did my senior piano recital, and technically I sucked, but that was the most nervous I've ever been. Stressed out. My hands were ice cold. I did it all by memory, and I survived. I mean, during my Mozart sonata, I totally zoned out. I went into zombie mode, and I was literally like fiddling around, and people didn't say anything about it. But of course, what is an undertone? Yeah, it's a good. See that most people, when we learn music theory, we learn by rote most of the time, and you learn like the circle of fifths. And when you learn the circle of fifths, they just call it harmonic ratios. And what they're assuming is that you can flip the ratio around. So you'll learn like 3/2 is a harmonic ratio, is a perfect fifth, and then you'll learn like 4/3 is a perfect fourth as a harmonic ratio. Well, it turns out that the perfect fourth empirically can never be an overtone of the root tonic. And so by calling it a harmonic ratio, people don't realize is that they're assuming an irrational logarithmic definition of sound of the frequencies. And so that's why whenever somebody uses the word frequency, they don't realize that they're already assuming this symmetric definition of time as a symmetric spatial measurement. So when you learn the perfect fourth, what you learn in music theory is a perfect fifth plus the perfect fourth equals the octave. Well, that's the very first irrational magnitude logarithmic equation that was created as the foundation of Western science. But the problem with it is, as I just said, the perfect fourth can never be an overtone. Now, for that equation to work, it has to be 4/3. It cannot be 3/4. Now, why does it have to be 4/3? Is because Archytas, building on Philolaus, and Platonic philosophy is all based on Archytas and Philolaus. And he defined the perfect fourth as the harmonic mean. So his equation that he got it from Babylonian mathematics, but the equation is basically, the arithmetic mean is the perfect fifth plus the harmonic mean as the perfect fourth equals the octave as the geometric mean squared. Okay, so yeah, you're sort of ahead of me here. If you study native, if you study Indian music, like traditional from India, they will point out if you have a drone with a fundamental tone or a root tonic, and then a higher perfect fourth, which would technically, if it's higher, you would think it's an overtone, right? But they explain and they understand that you will hear that higher frequency as a new root tonic that creates an octave undertone as a perfect fifth to the original fundamental tone. So as soon as you create that 4/3, see, the problem is mathematically, in order to have the octave as a harmonic ratio, you have to maintain the denominator as a 2 multiple of the fundamental tonic. So when you say 4/3 is a harmonic ratio as a perfect fourth, it has a 3 in the denominator. So technically, it can never be a overtone as a natural resonance of the root tonic. And so when you have that 4/3, it's actually originating as the perfect fifth as an undertone. In terms of pitch, it would be the F. C to F as a perfect fourth is actually a perfect fifth in the opposite direction of time, not as space, but of time. And so yeah, like if you do throat singing, like you're creating undertones. Those are undertones. But in terms of musical instruments, when you create musical instruments, it's very difficult to create undertones. And so because Western music was so dependent on musical instruments, then they just tried to ignore undertones. And I mean, it was a big debate in music theory, in Western music theory, because they're like, well, what do we do about undertones? And so now this is what Alan Khan, now he has a Fields Medal, which again is harder to get than the Nobel Prize. And he just calls it 2-3 infinity. Now he also calls it an infinity of infinite degrees of freedom. And he has a great lecture that he gave in 2015, or it was uploaded. No, it was given in 2015 to physicists. It has a French title on YouTube, but the talk is actually in English. And it's basically like on the origin of quantum randomness. And in the middle of that lecture, he refers to his music of theory argument about, where what he's relying on is this study. There was a mathematical physics study called "Can You Hear the Shape of a Drum?" And it turns out that no, you cannot hear the shape of a drum because of non-commutativity. And he gives an example. So you can have different geometrical shapes, but they're not isometric because of the geometric shape is not iso or equal metric, which I don't know, does that mean shape or something? But they're isotopic, isotopic, or no, isospectral. Isospectral meaning equal frequency. So yeah, it sounds like this obscure question, but this gets back to this whole point of what is sound mean, like the origin of sound when you're listening. So when you study the quantum biology of this, it turns out it's a well-proven fact now that we can hear, musicians can hear up to 10 times faster than what's called Fourier uncertainty. Now, what is Fourier uncertainty? It's because time is a linear operator. When you define time as a symmetrical spatial measurement, then you're forced to have this linear algebraic translation because you're. Oh, actually, I got into this. My latest YouTube upload was about Planck's constant, because when they use the reduced form of Planck's constant as h bar, they're assuming it's angular frequency. And when you use angular frequency instead of linear frequency, then you're losing the cycles per second. You're converting it just to radians, and then you can consider the radians to just be a constant. And so you just have seconds instead of cycles. Now the problem is when you ignore the cycles, you're ignoring the phase. And so what Basil J. Hiley's big point, and I've corresponded with him, several, like, over the past 5 years about time and frequency being non-commutative. And so he calls it a non-commutative phase space. That the truth of reality is this non-commutative phase space. And I sent him that lecture along con talking to physicists, and he got back to me. He said that this completely changes physics. It changes everything about physics in a really deep way. And so it's in such a deep way that most physicists don't even understand this. And I'm totally what's the word? Frankly, I don't give a damn. No, I'm trying to, like, I'm shocked. I thrust myself into this deep conundrum in science, like, by accident from my music training. It got okay, non-commutative. My first year at college, I took quantum mechanics, and that sounds odd, but I went to Hampshire College, and my professor, he emphasized that everybody should take quantum physics as their first physics class, because that's the foundation of reality now, not classical physics. So the problem is that even people who consider themselves experts in quantum physics, and I won't name any names, but they took classical physics first. And so they got brainwashed by the wrong foundation of reality. And they have this deep mathematical bias, because when you learn, like, the Pythagorean theorem, when you're 14 years old, your brain's not hardwired yet. That becomes hardwired into your brain as, like, a religion, the symmetric spatial measurement. So by non-commutative, commutative geometry is the language of science, of standard science. And so, like, even Roger Penrose, he admits he's not good at non-commutative mathematics. It's also called quantum algebra. But it turns out that the algebra is actually before quantum physics. And Basil J. Hiley, he's relying on what's called Clifford algebra, which is from the 1800s. But it turns out there's something called the no squeezing theorem in non-commutative mathematics. And what they've proven is that, if you take a sphere and you have the radius of the sphere, and you're rotating the sphere. Okay, this is my point. Is when I took quantum physics, my professor, he taught us he was teaching us non-locality in quantum physics. And he taught us this trick, like, if you're holding, like, a wine bottle, and you go like this, and then you go like this, to keep that wine bottle from spinning, you have to go like this with your hand. And then if you can see my hand, and then you go like this. So the wine bottle is still upright, right? And then you go like this. So you just did a 720-degree rotation without spilling any wine, because you kept that. This is called the Dirac dance, and it's just a very simple way of explaining. Now imagine at each 0 point of space-time, you have this going on of the future and the past as time. And okay, and then see like that. Now, so that's also called the silk reeling exercise in Tai Chi, it turns out. And so if you really study that Taoist Yoga, Alchemy, and Immortality book, what I noticed is that it's actually all based on non-commutativity. So for example, the left eye is yin qi, but it's also yang shen, or yang spirit. The right eye is yang qi, but it's yin shen, or yin spirit. And then for males, the left hand is yang, the right hand is yin. For everybody, the upper body is yang and the lower body is yin. For males, the left leg is yang and the right leg is yin. So ever since Platonic philosophy, we've been taught, Plato's literal argument is like, well, your eyes are symmetrical, your hands are symmetrical, and your legs are symmetrical. So therefore, he claimed that the number 2 was a Platonic form that existed as a geometry before counting. It existed before time, and then he said time is the image of eternity. But see, that's the great mystery in science, is that they don't really have a definition of time. And so one of the students of the same quantum physics professor I had, his name's Lee Smolin, and he has a book. His whole argument, he calls it fundamental time, that time actually exists. It's not just an external parameter as a byproduct, as what in relativity is called observer relative. So your change in time is just observer relative to the speed of light as the invariance. But the thing is that if time is actually real, it actually exists, then you can have a phase, the non-commutative phase. It exists in pre-space. So the mathematics, this quantum algebra, it actually is going on without us at all. It's an ontological truth of reality that is actually from music theory. And so okay, so astral projection. Now, there's different levels of astral projection. There's this one Westerner who wrote in the early 1900s, and he used like a fake yogi name. He called it the astral tube, which is like remote viewing. One of the best remote viewers, he stopped doing it because it's too emotionally draining. Because it depends on what level you're doing it. I mean, you can do it on a psychic level, which is what I do. I currently do that on a psychic level. But if you think of the non-locality is impersonal. So the problem with astral projection is it's still the spiritual ego. And this is what Ramana Maharshi talks about. You can go through all the astral levels of heaven and hell, but that's still the ego. And what remains is this formless awareness. And that's essentially what time is. So like in Indian philosophy, they call time Kala, but then the cosmic mother is called Kali, and she's both the creator and destroyer of the universe. What are your thoughts on monoatomic elements? Are they quantum matter? What are the HBO series, His Dark Materials refers to dust? Okay, so now, okay, you bring up gold. There's actually a very fascinating study on gold that uses Louis de Broglie law of phase harmony to explain the element gold. Like, why is gold the color gold? And it turns out that the frequency of light as gold is actually this time reversed signal. So like most people probably heard of quantum chemistry, and you might even learn that in high school, maybe some quantum chemistry if you take like an AP course or something. But but the element gold actually relies on relativistic quantum physics. And so I did a blog post on this, and I probably included it in some, published articles or something. But essentially, you have this. You can think of it as they call it a quantum beat also, but so it's a sub. It would be what you call a subharmonic or an undertone from the future. And so that's what creates, in other words, the element gold is absorbing the other frequencies, the quantum frequencies. But when it absorbs the color blue, the blue light is actually absorbing virtual photons as negative frequencies. And according to relativistic like quantum field theory and relativistic based science, they argue, like if you watch PBS Space Time or that Quora website where they answer, there's this guy Victor Toth, and he's he's a computer science guy, but he promotes quantum field theory. Well, they state that the virtual photons are just a mathematical what I don't know what they call it, a mathematical fiction. But there's already been experiments where they're absorbing virtual photons and they turn them into photons, and that's what you're doing in meditation, and that's what the element gold is actually doing also. The blue light is, because of the relativistic quantum effect, it's absorbing virtual photons. And so what it's very, very simple. And when it comes down to it, because even Roger Penrose, he explains that mass originates from quantum frequency. And this is the basis of what he calls the gravitational potential energy, which he says is the truth of dark energy. That dark energy is actually originates from quantum negative entropy or negentropy. It turns purple. Well, purple's blue and red. So I think there is blue light in gold, but it's absorbing virtual negative frequency, virtual photons, and that's what you want to focus on, right? Yeah. The whole thing about gold being the sun and silver is the moon is really important. It's very important because what happened is around 1200 BCE, iron was considered more. It became more valuable than silver because you can use iron to make weapons, and so that's the start of the Iron Age. What happened is that at that time, when silver was used for lunar worship in the temples, and that was also the houses were round, and the circular originally was lunar energy. And what's fascinating, like to bring it back to Australia, do we still have the Australians here? Oh my gosh, 2 hours. But they call the moon male in Aboriginal Australian culture. Now, why is the moon male? Because the moon is actually the psychic energy. So in Taoism is called Yan Jing. Oh yeah, it's getting late down under. I'm sorry. So this is the yin qi. The yin qi is this negative. There's actually been science studies now where they're proven that the moon has an electrogravitic effect on the pineal gland. And so like in meditation, 3 days before and after the full moon, you have 10 times as much meditation, power. And so the moon is creating this pineal gland magnetic, like electrogravitic, and especially during the thank you. That's one love to Australia. Yes. The like if you're meditating during the solstice, during the solstice, you can have especially like the full moon near the solstice, like we're about to come up on the solstice here. So the full moon was a special kind of energy. But if you'll like when I used to meditate a lot more, I would like if the propane switch would turn on in our furnace, I would get a shock. I would literally feel a shock in the center of my brain, the pineal gland. And you'll get that during the solstice too. When you're meditating, the energy is so strong, you will feel a shock, in the center of the brain. And so my point is that when we switched to the Iron Age, what happened is we you can call that the patriarchy, but essentially, you had plow-based farming. And this happened in South America too with the Incas. There's a great anthropology book. It's like it has like silver and moon in the title of the book. And I think her first name's Irina. And at any rate, it's a well-documented fact that the Incas were conquering the local lunar-based cultures. And if you were a male in Inca culture, you farmed with with like a plow or whatever, with potatoes, and you had to donate your crop to the elite, and then you had to serve in the military, or else you couldn't get married. If you want to get married, and of course most males, they want to fulfill that. But so my point is that when we developed farming and the Iron Age, we lost that secret power of silver because as far as the moon, the lunar, like in alchemy, in internal alchemy, silver is the mercury. The mercury is the chi, and so the reason the silver is when it has that mercury, the blue, to it, like hidden within the silver, and so that's the lunar. The lunar energy is the yin chi, and what happens is when you meditate, when you close your eyes, normally, like if you meditate a lot, when you first open your eyes in the morning, you can actually see your spirit come out of through inside your body. You can see your spirit rise up and go out of your eyes. Now, if you don't, you have to actually develop your astral body. This is what Gurdjieff talks about. When you meditate, you're actually creating your astral body. You have to build it up. If you're like a really deep meditation master like Chen Yilin, he's literally creating what they call the Wan Shen. He can create that for other people. In other words, he embodies the emptiness, this impersonal, formless awareness. And then I saw this happen where the Wan Shen, it comes out of the top center of his skull, and it creates a spirit shaped like a human. And then that breaks off and it floats out to the person getting healed. And if the person is meditating and resonating their mind with this emptiness or formless awareness, then their body will then absorb their own Wan Shen, which is their like ideal spirit of their physical body. It's who they were meant to be in their prime health, when they were first conceived, to grow a body. It's like their soul, that's their soul imprint. And so he's literally like doing this soul healing of the people around him through the emptiness inside him, through his heart, and it's so each spirit is individualized to the person getting healed. And I don't know. I focus on the light. On all of matter is made of light, and so I know people. I'm not trying to tell other people what to do, because obviously my mind. It's easy for our minds to get confused. And like if you sit in full lotus, like if you want to know if somebody's a spiritual master, just see how long they can sit in full lotus comfortably. And it's really about this deep body transformation. And in terms of meditation, the gold represents what they call the Yang Shen, which would be your immortal. You can create a golden immortal body, which in Western
parapsychology, they call it bilocation. So like I was reading the Saint Joseph de Cupertino, his biography. He Professor Michael Grosso has a couple books on Saint Joseph de Cupertino, and he experienced bilocation, and that's also described in that memoir of Punjaji. He he had it, he created multiple bodies at the same time because his students wanted him to attend their houses for his birthday, and so he couldn't go to like 6 different houses at the same time. So what's happening obviously is there a slightly different space time externally, but internally, because you can have this superluminal awareness, that's the truth of reality, is this it's what they call pre-space. And so you can achieve that through listening, and that's the secret of music, is that the harmonization, it's in pure time. So you can resonate with this pure time, and that's what the ether, like Roger Penrose, and he calls it fundamental time. And then Lou Kaufman, he's a math professor that I've corresponded with, and he calls it primitive time, or primordial time. And then Alon Khan calls it primitive time. So the irony is that, classical physics, I mean, they've always assumed time to be this. I mean, essentially, whenever you make an external measurement, it takes time to make the measurement, and they try to ignore that time that it takes. But when you're trained in music, obviously, you're existing within the time. You have to, and you're listening to the source of time. And so, at a deep level, what happens is the heart opens up, and then the source of the light in the heart is this formless awareness that they call the Shakti or Wan Chi. And that's like the ether. You can call it ether, but it's not a physical medium. It's just this pure time that we exist within. And that's why they have all those, Zen koans about, because they also have quantum logic, where they use quantum logic to try to, they say it's neither A nor not A. So it's like a triple negative or something. Yeah, I know. The Stonehenges, you've probably read, who's the guy? I cited him in my master's thesis. Phil Callahan. You've read Phil. Oh yeah, you've talked about Phil Callahan on your show. And his argument was that in Ireland, the Irish towers were actually these Schumann resonance, conducting tools or something, and that was probably one of their, because they're trying to understand, well, why are the doors, like 6 feet up? But I don't know. I mean, that's whether they consciously were or not. You could argue there's probably different, but he did these experiments where he proved that the elf waves were resonating the insect pheromones. Oh, okay. David Sereda, yeah, he's interesting. He focuses on frequency also, but he hasn't really taken a deep dive into the science, I don't think. But yeah, that's the book, Moon, Sun, and Witches. Thank you. Nice. I'm impressed you guys are following up on my rant. And any other questions? Let's see here. Okay, cymatics. Okay, now Hans Jenny with cymatics. If you read his cymatics book, like you actually literally get the book and look at it, in the very end of the book, he goes into the Pythagorean tetractys, or I don't know if he uses that word tetractys, but essentially, all these resonances. I mean, cymatics, it's a visual, obviously you're using a visual medium. So there's this very fascinating paradox that has been debated in music theory. It was debated between Helmholtz and this guy Koenig or something like that. But it's the same. It's non-commutativity. They don't, of course, they don't call it that in music theory. But I was reading this book called Magic of the Senses by a German. I don't know what his actual title was, but his name was Victor. Matt Droscher is his last name. His first name is like, I don't know. It's like Victor or something. But Magic of the Senses by Droscher, and he explained this issue of if you measure the first three overtones as an amplitude wave, like a Fourier analysis, and then you do a phase shift and you keep the same frequencies, but you shift the phase, so you're listening to the same frequencies, but because of the phase shift, the amplitude changes. It changes what the frequencies are, because amplitude and frequency are, when you change the phase, you'll change the frequency. And so in terms of the Fourier analysis, it's gonna change what the frequencies are due to the phase shift, but based on listening, you don't hear any difference in the same three. When I say the first three overtones, I mean the octave and the perfect fifth and the root tonic, the fundamental tone. Now this is an example of now if you really look into that paradox, what I discovered as I studied it more is that the octave overtone, when you do that phase shift, it'll cancel out the perfect, and it'll turn the perfect fifth into the new fundamental tone. It's this same of what I explained earlier is how the perfect fourth can never be an overtone, and yet it's the perfect fifth as an undertone empirically, but that's not recognized in classical physics, because in Fourier analysis, you can never have frequency and time at the same time, because it takes time to convert. You can have frequency and amplitude at the same time, but not frequency and time. And that's why they call Fourier uncertainty. But in terms of listening, we can do something that technology cannot do, because we can listen up to 10 times faster than Fourier uncertainty. And the origin of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle of momentum and position is from Fourier uncertainty of time and frequency, because momentum in quantum physics is directly proportional to frequency, because the velocity is measured as an angular frequency, which is essentially the same it's the momentum is the same as the velocity, because you can just change the frequency by the speed of the angular frequency. But the problem is when you switch from linear frequency, then when you have the sine wave, to go back to like Tesla with the sine wave, you miss the phase. And so the guy who studied Tesla to turn it into mathematics, Steinmetz, in his book, he calls it Wattless power. And what Wattless power is, they call it like scalars, in the whole, Tom Bearden, Tesla scene. But the scalars, in Russian physics, they called it what's the word? Anyway, I'm having a word miss here, but the problem is they're still assuming a relativistic measurement with that. It's not quite the same as non-commutativity. So Sir John Pendry, working with metamaterials, he has there's this recent experiment where they call it the Archimedes screw, where they have a light as a circularization, and they're able to absorb the virtual photons and then increase the photons. And he says that this violates the conservation of momentum. And he says the reason it does is because they're using negative frequency. And he says, very strange things happen when you're working with negative frequency. Now, the reason that is because normally, in order to get energy as amplitude, you square, in quantum physics, you square the amplitude, and when you square it, you're canceling out the negative frequency. But in non-commutativity, you do not cancel out the negative frequency. Now, normally when you square the frequency or the amplitude and you cancel out the negative frequency, then you call this negative energy, and you say, oh, we have negative energy and it's antimatter and we can't have that. But now it turns out that if you're using just 1/2 spin, then you can create a wormhole and you can stabilize the wormhole. And John Kramer talks about this. He says that all the studies of wormholes assume they're using bosons, and bosons have 1 spin. But when you have 1/2 spin, you're using this negative frequency. The 1/2 spin, it's the same thing. This Dirac dance, that's the 1/2 spin right there. Now, you cannot observe the 1/2 spin. In order to have a quantum measurement with the typical quantum physics is you collapse the wave function. And when you do that, you have to have 720 degrees as the geometry, which is, in other words, you cannot see the 1/2 spin. Now, what my quantum physics professor did is he devised an experiment using neutrons, because since neutrons have no magnetic charge or whatever, they have no magnetic field, then they're neutral, right? So you can literally see the 1/2 spin of a neutron and you can use that to test out Bell's inequality. And he recently devised an experiment using 1 photon, because Einstein assumed that quantum physics has to have more than 1 photon for the statistical collapse of the wave function. But what he's proven is if you just use frequency, you can have non-locality of one photon. And this has already been proven also in other Bell's inequality experiments using an entangled photon. And so what that also proves is that photons have gravitational mass. And even though they have 0 rest mass, the gravitational mass is due to this negative frequency that from the momentum. And so when you have that negative frequency from the photon, then that's the virtual photon. So the virtual photon is basically like the wormhole inherent to the consciousness of our, the biophotons in our bodies can then access this wormhole as the truth of reality. It's what Gerard de Hoof calls the eternal black hole, as the true source of all matter is this eternal black hole. And he had a debate with Roger Penrose in a live stream. Sure thing, Enron. And I call him Elon Mush. He wants to have his radioactive strip club on Mars. And every time these guys do their little rocket ejaculation into near space, the carbon emissions just shoot out through the roof. It's it's a lot. Well, I know they're using they're using hydrogen fuel, which apparently, but at any rate, non-commutative waves is actually okay. That's a good point. Now, wave, see, just like frequency, wave is in terms of science, technically it is not a wave. Now, I'm glad you mentioned that, because like Louis de Broglie, he called it the pilot wave, right? And I know that certain people, they still use that term, but Basil J. Hiley he emphasizes, like Louis de Broglie later in his life in the 1960s, he regretted using that term pilot wave, and also what's called the guidance wave from the future, because whenever you use the word wave in physics, technically it requires a medium, but in non-commutativity, you're just using the mathematics as pure, as what they call, like Roger Penrose, he calls it proto-consciousness, because the mathematics is actually describing this pre-space. So the quantum algebra is a process it's going on as pure time and frequency. It's also called spectral. Okay, well, Alon Khan, he focuses on Heisenberg because Heisenberg discovered the non-commutativity by studying the transition frequencies of the Ritz-Rydberg combination principle. Now, what Ritz-Rydberg they discovered, what Heisenberg discovered is when you change the order of the measurement of in the spectroscopy in the frequencies, it changes the value of the frequencies. That's the same exact thing as the, you can have the same perfect fifth in music theory, but the like if you have the number 3 in terms of frequency, the number 3 is a perfect fifth as an overtone in relation to the 1. The 3 is a perfect fifth, but it has a different geometric value. If it's an undertone, it's an F. If it's an overtone, it's a G. But they're both a perfect fifth in relation to the 1, and that's the basic essence of non-commutativity. Is you have this. In other words, what Alon Khan is emphasizing is that distance is no longer measured as a spatial length, but it's an arithmetic non-local frequency. So in other words, you can have a frequency of the future and the past overlapping, and that was discovered in spectroscopy by Heisenberg, and that's why they're called transition frequencies. And so what we call a particle now is no longer a point particle, but it's literally, they call it a quantum blob. That's the phrase they use, is quantum blob. And so it's also called a groupoid in mathematics. And so essentially, you have a correlation of two different frequencies, and they don't ever exist as a static point. There's this process that's in pre-space. And so it's the future and the past overlapping. And so in meditation, if you go deep into meditation, you can have visions that are more real than being awake. Like the glitch in the Matrix thing. Hey, Blitz. Sorry, I'm getting my nose started running because I don't know. I've been talking almost 2. And any other questions or comments? I don't want to just bore people to death. Centripetal. Yeah. Now, see, all these like centripetal, centrifugal, centrifugal, centripetal. These are all the problem. Like if you think of the Klein bottle, you can see the Klein bottle in its 4 dimensions in 3-dimensional space, but technically, if you're really honest with yourself, you cannot visualize the Klein bottle in 3-dimensional space. Now, what they'll do, I corresponded with an Australian, Melanie Klein, or no, Melanie, what was her last name? She was doing research. She would weave. She'd had a weaving of the Klein bottle. I can't remember. This was like 20 years ago. So anyway, she contacted me first, and but by weaving it, you're trying to visualize this 4th dimension. And you could think of matrices mathematics as kind of like weaving, I suppose. Yeah, keep at it. Thank you. The right, wrapping your mind. See, now this is a great thing. Like I was hanging out with Qigong master Jim Nance, and I told him, like there's that famous phrase in the Dune movie. It's like, fear is the mind killer, because he emphasizes the big problem that people, the reason they can't experience the emptiness, which is essentially, he says it's a wormhole, like literally, is because of fear. Now, why would they have this fear? Is because they lack kidney energy. Because what we don't realize, as like westernized people, is that like in traditional Chinese medicine, the emotions are literally the energy of the organs. You'll feel this if you meditate deeply. This is also part of the whole psychic pineal gland holographic thing. I have lots of stories about this too, because I would sit in full lotus in public in Minneapolis, and my goal was to spread global revolution out of Minneapolis. And hey, maybe I'm not taking credit, but strange things happen, and strange and tragic things. And at any rate, holographically, your organs will resonate with this emotion. So like if you have if somebody drinks alcohol, they'll get a liver blockage, and that causes anger. Everybody knows, the rage, the alcoholic rage. Well, that's actually due to a liver blockage. Now, what Westerners don't realize is that smoking causes depression because of the lung damage. And I had this happen like holographically, due to non-locality. You will experience your own lungs get that emotional blockage based on the frequency of the light. And so like somebody's intention or yi is like their soul energy. That's the gravitational mass of the photon inside their body. And that's that's like the wormhole inside your body. So like somebody could be talking to you, but their actual intention is this low frequency that's stuck in their body. So like if they're a male, they might be like addicted to ejaculation. I mean, they might be psychic vampires, is my point. Like they might be trying to suck off your energy as a low frequency. You can literally like a transformer. Your body will work like a transformer, and you can, on a psychic level, you'll just resonate the energy up to the pineal gland, and it'll go out of the pineal gland. But in terms of meditation, what you want to do is you need to bring it back down. You need to bring it back down as an undertone from the future. And that's what the Wan Qi is. And you store that in the small intestines, the second brain. And if you study like our original human culture, they will say the strongest source of is in the small intestines. And that's what's called the lower Dantian in Taoist alchemy. It's the small intestines are, like 90% of your vagus nerve signals are going up from the small intestines to the brain. And so you have all these neurons. You have more neurons in your small intestines than you do in your heart. And so you can store the energy in there. And what you're doing when you store it in there, it's just like an electric eel. The electric eel stores its charge in the fat. And the myelination of the nerves are from the lecithin. The lecithin, it's what turns into the myelin of the nerves. The nerves is, and that's why celibacy is the key factor for males. To store up that charge, because it's based on a biophoton signal. So when you have your eyes open, you're disconnecting to that superluminal listening undertone from the future. As soon as you open your eyes, you disconnect that, because your heart energy then goes out your eyes instead of getting focused back into your body. Okay, is that a little too convoluted? Mass with no magnitude. Yeah. I mean, the whole concept of mass, it was proven in the 1960s that Newton was directly inspired by Pythagorean music theory, and literally from Archytas. Now, what Archytas did was he thank you, Bernie. You too. What Archytas did, Archytas was a military engineer, and if you take a weight and if you square the weight, then it will double the frequency of the string, based on the tension. And that was literally that music theory concept. It's been proven that that was Newton's original inspiration for the inverse square law for gravity as as mass for but so if you go to Roger Penrose, well, he says that he what he's been doing is he's been critiquing the weak equivalence principle of relativity, because he's saying that when you have this quantum non-locality, which normally you would just call it quantum entanglement as a superposition, but based on non-commutativity, the quantum locality is inherent to reality. It's not some artificially contrived, entanglement that has some sort of weak, that immediately decoherence. I mean, you'll have decoherence due to noise, but you won't have it like hydrogen inherently has this non-locality between the electrons, from fusion. And it originates from Penrose's big point is the real energy of the sun is not from the fusion, but it's from the gravitational potential as negative entropy that originates from the quantum frequency. And so that the origin of that quantum frequency is this negative frequency and the time reverse signal. And this is what Louis de Broglie first figured out when he was critiquing relativity. And Penrose is relying on the what they call the de Broglie-Einstein relation in physics. So essentially de Broglie called it the law of phase harmony. And he said it was his greatest discovery, but it's not taught in schools. And essentially you take Planck's formula of energy equals Planck's constant times frequency. And you can think of Planck's constant as the average energy of light, but it's not really an average, because when Planck converted energy into joules, he was using the angular frequency. And so he canceled out the cycles and the seconds. And then, so he just had pure frequency. And so when he did that, he lost this non-commutative secret of the light with the gravitational mass. And so what Louis de Broglie did is he said, well, you have Planck's constant times frequency equals mass squared mass times the speed of light squared, which is from Einstein. And you have those both are energy. Now, if they're both energy, then that's the law of phase harmony, because based on quantum physics, the momentum's directly proportional to the frequency. So as a particle goes towards the speed of light, its frequency goes up. But due to relativity, its time also goes up and it gets bigger and slows down. Now, all the way from Pythagoras on music theory, we know that frequency is inverse to time. Just as, if you have a frequency of 2, then the wavelength time is period is 1/2. And so Louis de Broglie, he logically concluded that if both relativity and quantum physics are true, they're both real, then there has to be a time reversed negative frequency from the future. Now, the problem with calling it a pilot wave or that again is assuming some kind of medium, but in non-commutativity, you have the mathematics. Now, what Basil J. Hiley, if you read his recent article with the Finnish scientist, I don't know if he's a neuroscientist. His first name is like Pavel, and his last name is Finnish, so I don't want to just totally hack it up. But they state, and near the end of the article, they state, this is the big problem in quantum biology is they're assuming you're going to have this immediate decoherence. It's a well-proven fact that you have non-locality in, like photosynthesis, and now they're saying like bird migration is due to non-locality, and our sense of smell, they're saying, well, that's non-commutative and non-local, but they're assuming that you're having this immediate quantum collapse of the wave function. But Basil J. Hiley's point is that due to non-commutativity, you don't have to have any wave function, and there's no reason for it to collapse. It doesn't have to collapse. And then Eddie Oceans, when he was working at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, and he was collaborating with math professor Luke Hoffman, and he realized, he called it quantum psychology. And he said that when you practice internal martial arts, the secret of it, the reason why it works is due to non-commutativity, because the non-commutativity is not limited to the quantum scale of Planck's constant. And so this is what Louis de Broglie's law of phase harmony is also non-commutative. And John G. Williamson, the physics professor, he talks about this. Okay, so thank you for understanding me. Kind of. I don't know if, I mean, I would say the only way to understand, though, I guess, is through meditation. Like, you have to practice it. It's kind of like music. Like you can talk about music, right? But like, I mean, you can have a sing along. Like, singing music is great because it increases oxytocin. Humans, they call it music language. Like, it's argued that language came from music, and there's the secret meaning to music, and then that gets you into these paranormal, spiritual, what in non-Western philosophy they call it direct perception, or formless awareness, or I think it's also called like immediate innate awareness. But if you want to be religious, you can call it God or the cosmic mother. I like to call it the cosmic mother because there was this saying in Egypt that the cosmic mother will never be unveiled, and that's again alluding to time. You can't see time, despite what Plato said. Plato tried to claim he could see time, and in standard science, the block universe, they're claiming time is just a spatial measurement. But this is saying that no, that time actually exists, and you can't see it. There's that guy in Russia, the Korsev. He made the same argument. That was the term I was trying to think of. Torsion. Now, the problem with torsion is that I had this discussion with I've been having a email debate with David Chester, the PhD in physics, and I've been promoting non-commutativity to him, and he did his PhD in quantum field theory. But if you really study non-locality, like Professor Jean Brimont, he has several lectures on YouTube, and I've corresponded with him, and I posted because I would, he critiques quantum field theory. And so I was basically passing on his critiques to David Chester, and then David Chester was replying. And so I was passing on, their responses to each other. I was sort of like the middleman, which is good, right? Because but the thing is like, Basil J. Hiley's big point is that physicists, they don't really understand non-locality. They're not emphasizing non-locality. And you can think of non-locality as the emptiness in meditation. I mean, there's this, oh my gosh, there's literally like whooping cranes in my driveway. There is a whooping crane family with whooping crane babies. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I can't believe it. They're like walking onto my lawn right now. I feel very honored. Okay. Sorry, I gotta look at these whooping cranes. They're looking at me. They have baby whooping cranes. There's two of them. Okay, so the Kozyrev mirror. Huh, interesting. Well, there's a synchronicity earlier. What time is it in Australia? It's got to be like past midnight. I'm sorry. Keeping you awake. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, I know. I realize the other thing is like, it's okay. I came at it from gravitobiology, enfolded in Aronoff-Bohm effect. Right. Monday morning. Oh no. Huh. Okay. Today is Sunday, right? Wait, so it's Sunday night. Oh, so you're ahead. Yeah, the Aronoff-Bohm effect is, of course, Okay, Yakir Urlanov, he has a recent article from 2017. It's called Finally Explaining the Double Slit Experiment. And I like to quote that. I have it on my blog, his quote. And he says that the electron, if you change the slit, so you close one of the slits, the electron has a non-local, what they call modular momentum. So it knows non-locally. It knows, meaning proto consciousness, what Roger Penrose calls proto consciousness. So in other words, even on the smallest particle level of the electron, there is a superluminal non-local, or I know like some people like to call it retrocausal and not superluminal, but those terms superluminal or retrocausal, they're still assuming like a spatial medium, So when you say non-local, there's this deeper hey Nathan. Yeah, all right. So he's saying, the electron knows that whether the other slit is open or not. And so you have this harmonization of reality on the from the future. It's like literally like this wormhole. And my quantum physics professor, I was reading one of his papers on the neutron, or maybe it was the EPR or Bell's inequality or whatever. And he in a footnote, he talks about how Einstein actually considered whether there was a wormhole, to explain quantum physics. And that's what they call the Einstein-Rosen equals Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen as this argument, for like a holographic universe. Hey, thanks, Bernie. Hey. I get this vibe like you're token up or something. That's just fine. I used to play in a roots reggae band, so my bandmates would pick me up, and I'd just get into that car and just inhale the medicinal. We drive around the lake. I get and we played First Avenue. We played the main room, from Prince's Purple Rain movie. I played that. I was on that stage when I was 16 years old, and we totally sucked. And I could care less. Like I was already against, Western music. Like early on, I was making fun of the whole Western music scene. I went to this music camp, like an elitist chamber music camp, and I brought all this punk, hardcore, free jazz. And my roommate, he had like memorized pi, and he aced the SAT. He got a full ride scholarship to Harvard. He was like a single child, and his parents were just like training him. And he would like take the IQ tests to train on him. And I'm like, I'm not a dog that jumps through hoops. Like the Son Bushmen, they score the lowest on those IQ tests. But if you really know better, they're the smartest people on the planet. They've been around for the longest. They've been around for over 70, like 100,000, over 100,000 years. They're our ancestors. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, they know they had no warfare. I mean, all the males were required to do this special music, dancing, spiritual training or whatever. I mean, it's very physical, right? Like they would fast for a month. They call it teshoma when they're at the height of puberty, and then the older males would send in the energy. I mean, they would have one light liquid meal a day. But it wasn't until they were like 40 years old where they would actually finally become masters. That's another thing from that Punjaji book where he does a Shakti healing on one of his students, or I mean, if you want to call it a transmission or something. But the third eye opened up, the pineal gland, and this Westerner, young guy, and he was running around for like 3 days just yelling out that he's Jesus, and I mean that's why in Taoism they focus on the small intestines, the root of the body where you store the energy, because when you open up the third eye, I mean the it's not just bliss, but it's joy. You feel this great joy and energy, and you want to tell it. You want to tell everybody about it. Oh, you're talking about Richard Katz's. Yeah, Richard Katz. Yeah, his book. Yeah, Toshoma. There's also another book called Healing, or the heart healing makes our heart happy. That's a great book on the Sam Bushman healing. Healing makes our hearts happy. There's also a book, Nisa. There's also The Harmless People. That now Elizabeth Marshall Thomas. I've corresponded with her also. She's the author of The Harmless People. Yeah, that's cool that you went. Were you in India, at an ashram in India? I was talking to my neighbor about this, and she's well, I'm not going to talk about my neighbor, but the thing is, like, we were talking about, diet, and Gabriel Cousins, he runs that fasting retreat center in Arizona, and he's like an MD, but he trained in Muktananda's ashram in India. And he says in his Rainbow Diet book, he says the secret to him achieving samadhi was to not eat fruit. And of course, I know this. I was actually very happy when I read that, because I had a job in a warehouse as a fruit. I worked for an organic fruit delivery company, and I would sort the fruit, stack the fruit, deliver the fruit. And of course, we had lots of extra fruit, but I had to use tea tree oil. Oh, speaking of Australia, I literally drink more tea tree oil than anybody on the planet. Do we still have any Australians still awake? A big shout out to tea tree oil. It turns out but the problem is, because the fruit, like, so Gabriel Cousins, I know I don't like, I won't say I drink it, but no, I got in trouble for this. I have a whole story about this, but I mean, why is it called a tea, right? Like the James Cook, they gave it to his crew as a tea, to try to cure scurvy. But I mean, I know, according to Western science, I understand. Now, you have to understand that it turns out the Sam Bushman, they also use another terpene, some sort of medicinal terpene. And I've looked it up. The terpene doesn't damage your bacteria it's really weird. But that tea tree oil, if you just take, I'm not telling anybody to do this. I'm not, but this is what I'm telling you, the yoga diet, they call it modified bigu in qigong, is they'll only eat one meal a day, like qigong master Wang Li Ping. He'll just eat raw tofu or tofu. Like, even fruit, Gabriel Cousins, the fructose, I will immediately get internal tingling, because the yin qi is neutralizing the free radicals that are created by the sugar. And fructose, it's based on the biophotons, fructose is a left-handed sugar, or a right-handed sugar, and your body can only process left-handed sugar. And there's this guy, Dr. Robert Lustig. He has all these lectures on how fructose is toxic, but especially with corn syrup, because they put corn syrup in everything. Yeah. Now, this is why it's funny, because I like my best buddy. He makes fun of me, because he's like, in the past 25 years, I've probably I've literally drank gallons of tea tree oil in the past 25 years. Like, he's like, you probably drank gallons of that stuff. And I don't want to drink it, but the problem is that I overused my my energy doing this free. I know, I just have little drops of it during the day. I put drops in my mouth, but Yeah, I'll take drops of it. Like I'll go through like a bottle of tea trail, like one of those little medicinal bottles. I'll go through that in, I don't know, a couple weeks. And I it's not cheap too, but I'm just saying that's why it's funny that there's people from in Australians here, because I'm like the main buyer of tea oil like in the US. And I also go through a lot of ginger from India. I get 2 pound, I get 2 pound bags of ginger whenever I have like orange juice. If I have orange juice, I have to put in a ton of ginger. Um, any kind of fruit, like even milk. Milk has sugar in it. I got to put ginger in that. And I also, if I have milk, I put in cayenne, because the capsicum in cayenne activates the vagus nerve, but the capsicum will neutralize the casein protein in the milk that's carcinogenic. Okay. I I like, as in eye against eye, like is that like a Rastafarian eye or ginger? Yeah, ginger is. They said apparently it's considered like a yang meal. Oh, okay, the burn eye. The you know what? Um, you know what's weird is that tea trail apparently it smells like cannabis or marijuana. Yeah, the fourth eye. The there's a certain, I looked it up and I found that the particular molecule in tea tree that has the same smell as I didn't know that. I mean, I don't, but it was funny because I would get that. I'd have people like, wow, you and then okay, so basically the if I didn't overuse my energy, see what happens is when you overuse your energy, the yin chi doesn't have enough yang chi to hold it in your lower body. So then the yin chi very easily goes up the front of the body and out the eyes. And there's actually a term for that in traditional Chinese medicine when you have that condition. And so you have to like the only way I can fix it is by like meditating all the time. But the problem is that in our culture, if you sit in your room gazing at your navel, there's nothing worse you can do except, obviously like like a male sitting alone in his room, that's immediately suspect. um and I mean, even if you go, like I tried to join a monastery, and the one monk, we had one monk that came over from a certain Southeast Asian country, and he was a fake monk. Like he came into my room, and he tried to do something on me. I had to leave. I left that monastery in the middle of the night in the cold rain on a bicycle, because I was so pissed off that this guy came over here, and he's just like watching TV, sitting around getting free food, and being a perv, like a fake monk. I mean, I'm just saying, like you rely on full lotus yoga. I just sat in full lotus all the time because I thought that, like you can't. I have this article called "You Can't Fake the Full Lotus," which is a pun on the vagus nerve. Master Nanhua Chin, he discusses this explicitly. He was a bestseller in China, so I highly recommend him to Master Nanhua Chin. You can find his books as PDFs on. There was actually a guy in Australia who he was sending me donations to meditate because I said I would take $20 in donation and I would meditate for 8 hours in full lotus. And I did that. He sent me donations several times, and I started to see blue light. I saw this wonderful blue light, just like Muktananda talks about, and Sri Dahayan Yogi, his book, This House is on fire. That's, if you read his book, that's another great he did. He came to the U.S. and he could not find a diet in the U.S. pure enough for his condition. So that's a great example right there of when we're talking about diet. Oh, you're welcome, Bernie. Very faintly. What is it? What was I saying about Australia? Very faintly. Chat disconnected. Oh, successfully connected. My internet goes in and out. Oh, right. Teacher. Yeah. Well, actually, my state, Minnesota, just legalized marijuana, pot. I don't even want to, whatever people want to call it, wacky tobacco. Another thing is another drug or psychotropic plant that I tested was Salvia divinorum. Has anybody had any experience with that? I sat in full lotus. First I chewed it and I'm like, oh, this is like really strong, marijuana. But it created a Kundalini activation, and I had really great bliss. But I also experienced like time slowing down, and then I had some friends who they were like, well, you got to smoke it, and then so I did that again in full lotus, and again I got this strong Kundalini, and then the first time I got a really good hit smoking it, and like space time just collapsed, and I felt like my whole life had been a dream, and that like I wasn't alive anymore. I was in full lotus, and then but I remember thinking, what is Mexico? Like my left brain couldn't figure out. I could say the word, I could think the word Mexico, but I couldn't, and then I felt like my family was trying to bring me back, and I came back out of it, and I'm like, wow, So then I got a stronger dose of it, and when I took a dose of that in full lotus, I just blacked out, and but I also had that really strong Kundalini experience. Now, what was really fascinating is that I kept blacking out. Now I had my room was really dark, and then I had a winter hat over my eyes, and I kept my eyes closed. And so I took a hit. I got that strong Kundalini blast up to my pineal gland, and I blacked out. But I brought myself to, and as soon as I came to, I could see rainbow light. And so I held my hands in front of my eyes, even though my eyes were closed. I had a hat over them. It was a dark room, and I could see rainbows. I could see rainbows around my hands, as the aura. So that was really cool because it proved to me that the other thing I had when I smoked Salvia divinorum is I had this vision of this artwork that was in my kitchen when I was growing up, and it was actually Mola artwork. Have you ever seen? They're from Panama, and they're from this indigenous tribe in Panama, and they smoke marijuana religiously, like all the time. And if you look at that artwork, it's like super psychedelic. And so, so even though technically Salvia divinorum isn't a psychedelic, but it turns out it does activate. I think it has some connection to the cannabinoid receptors my guess is that it works similar to Amanita muscaria, where I've also done Amanita muscaria, where you have an MOAI effect, where you're repressing, you're inhibiting the breakdown of the DMT or the serotonin in the brain, and so then you get this psychedelic byproduct of the You can do that with Syrian rue, which is the MAOI. And I used to have a big bag of Syrian rue seeds, but I never tried them directly. I never just took them. Yeah, there's a synchronicity right there. The acacia tree is okay. Yeah. So the argument, the claim is that like Moses in that time they would combine the acacia tree with Syrian rue. Because Syrian rue is in the Western Asia or the Middle East, the Levant. Okay. I don't want people to feel obligated to. I'm not trying to like keep people here. Yeah, GMO. I did a lot of activism about. There's a great article. I'm not trying to brag here, but my university, I went to a Big Ten, University of Minnesota. It's one of the biggest schools in the U.S. It's like 50,000 students, and their biology department got basically taken over by Cargill, which is the largest private corporation in the world, and they're based out of Minnesota, and they control the whole food. The U.S. uses food as imperialism as a tool. If you can take over a local farmer, a country's farm market by dumping food, grain, then you can make that country dependent on the U.S. For whatever policy. It'll be tied to military sales. Where the local dictator will get this free food that he dumps on the country as long as he uses his profits to he'll sell it at a really cheap price locally, and then he's got to buy U.S. weapons, which he's happy to do, or he or she. I mean, usually it's a he, right? But at any rate, my point is like the genetic engineering. I exposed the my university was taking all this money from Monsanto, and that one of the administrators, he was bragging. He's like, "Yeah, we'll give you soybeans as big as what did he say? I think it was it volleyballs? No, I can't remember. Volleyball, I don't know. But he had already been fired anyway for some other corruption. But there's just a lot of shenanigans. And I went to the university. The president of the university was doing his annual speech, and I had a big placard sign, and I passed out this research paper I'd done on genetic engineering. I had a lot of op-eds about it in the university. I was actually hired as a column. I had an op-ed column that it would just be all these, activist factoids. I had to, obviously even though it's an op-ed, I had to make sure I had everything backed up with references, Aha, there it is. It? Oh, okay. New. Well, welcome. Is that so are you the same person then? That's your other channel? Crypto, are you both Bernie? All right. Are people running out of things to Montana Megalith? Okay. Nice. Any other I changed my YouTube channel description to have a quote from Raymond Pierre Humbert, who is a geophysicist. He was at University of Chicago. Now he's at Oxford, and he's like the world's expert on global warming. Actually, I got his book. I just got it in the mail yesterday. He and another author, they compiled all the science starting with Fourier in 1827 about global warming, up to the present day, and then they have commentary on it, and so they have the original science papers, he has this great quote in his talk. He did the talk twice, but he's like, humans, our industrial civilization, it's bigger than a geological force. We are more powerful and bigger than geology, than a geological force on the planet. And it's just like, I I'm really fascinated by the global warming science, like what's going on in the Arctic right now. I mean, especially in Minnesota, because we get Arctic weather here in Minnesota. I lived in Alaska for 6 months, and I mean, the multi-year ice is pretty much gone in the Arctic already, and the minimum in September is at 1/2 a meter to a meter, which is not, that's really not much at all. I mean, like you can't even really drive on a 1/2 a meter of ice. I mean, you don't want to drive on that. Like in other words, the based on the CO2 levels, the temperature is going to go to what it was 3 million years ago, but our rate of CO2 emission is 100 times faster than the natural CO2 cycle on Earth. And the CO2 cycle takes like 10,000 years for the CO2 to get reabsorbed back into calcium or whatever it is, like calcium oxide, or it turns into, I don't know how it's sequestered, but the so what it's like my point is like all of our high technology that we're all love to use, because the rate of extinction of species is just going to keep accelerating as the temperature increases, and the oceans have absorbed 250 zettajoules of heat since 1995, and the increased heat in the atmosphere is only 30 zettajoules in the past 10,000 years, that humans have added. And so the Arctic ice is melting from below. So even though the extent of ice is still fairly big, I mean, it's shrunk a lot, but it's like half of what it used to be since 1980, but it's going to go fast. Like if you like growing up in Minnesota, I mean, and you see ice go out on a lake, it's like the last day it's still covering the whole lake, and then it's just gone. Yeah, Minnesota, we've had some fires up north that. Oh, you're welcome. How's your full lotus practice going? Who was the guy who said you couldn't find a diet pure enough? Yeah, I mean, there's a great book called the Fourth Uncle from something. What? Maybe somebody else's. The Fourth Uncle of the Mountain, from the mountain, and it's about these Chinese, ethnically China but living in Vietnam, and the fourth uncle, he lives in the U.S. now, but he went back to Vietnam, and his fourth uncle lives in this cave in China, and or maybe that guy, he knows the guy who lives in the cave, and they go and visit him, and he's a Taoist immortal, and like there's some kind of herb that grows. It might be ginseng or something, but he pretty much, he just meditates all the time and just doesn't eat. They call it bigu in Taoist alchemy. It's called bigu. They actually did a cool. They did an academic conference on bigu. Rustam Roy organized the conference, and he was a chemistry professor from India, and they had people who practiced Yan Shin Qigong. That some of them they entered in bigu and they never went out of it. So that they tested this. I think this lady from Beijing, and she hadn't eaten in like 2 months, but she hadn't lost any nutrition, and and I realized people, Westerners especially, some of them die, or they claim, I mean, obviously it's very dangerous and it's very advanced level. There, the book, Autobiography of a Yogi. Autobiography of a Yogi. Yogananda. That's it. He discusses somebody in India who had achieved this same. She said she got her energy from the base of her skull, like the cosmic, that the Wan Chi. So when you enter into bigu, they tested this one guy, and he said he would look at the sun. He would do the. They even made a documentary about this other guy who claimed, in the sun gazing, but he turned out to be fake. But the one guy that they tested, he would get this. He would swallow the. Now, see, this is another secret of the alchemy meditation is your the blood, the pineal gland converts the blood into cerebral spinal fluid. So when you meditate, you're increasing the blood to the pineal gland, and by doing that, you're increasing the creation of cerebral spinal fluid. Now, when you visualize light with your eyes closed, one of the secrets is you rotate your eyes around. Now, when you're rotating your eyes, you're not just activating the optical nerves to the pineal gland, but you're also activating a different frequency of light in the brain. And so you get that non-commutative resonance by rotating the eyes around. This is the focus of chapter 6 in the Taoist Yoga and Alchemy and Immortality book. And now what that does is that creates the Wan Qi. It fuses together the Yin Qi and the Yang Qi with the Yin Shen and the Yang Shen. And when you fuse that together in the pineal gland, then you create the Wan Qi. And by creating the Wan Qi, you store it in the cerebral spinal fluid. And as that builds up, it flows out of your sinus cavity in the top of your mouth. And then this is what they call the ambrosia. And when you get into the Bigu state, that will flow. I called it reverse electrolysis because when I activated it and experienced it, it's like I'm creating water because all I had was a half a glass of water over 8 days. So technically I had been doing a dry fast. I didn't even call it a dry fast. I never even thought of it. I never had that concept because I was so into the meditation. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, when they did the study of the Bigu, they hypothesized that it had something to do with gamma radiation because when Yan Qin, he was giving these chi talks in the U.S. and they set up these, they documented an increase in gamma radiation, and they did a study in China where he was able to slow down the decay rate of some radioactive particle. I don't know. Right on. Okay. I know there's no escape. Well, can you escape the Matrix? I don't know. I haven't sat through the whole series yet, so I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to know. But Keanu Reeves, he did make this Tai Chi movie with the guy who trained him in the Matrix is an actual Tai Chi master, and so Keanu Reeves directed. Has anybody seen that Tai Chi movie? It's actually pretty good because it shows the Tai Chi master does horse stance every morning, and he does it for real, like with the thighs, parallel to the ground. Now, my Chen Yilin, he had to do that at Shaolin for 2 hours a day, nonstop for 3 months, and literally you cannot move at all. Like in the Jackie Chan movies, they put like the hot wax on their shoulders and the top of the head. And the only way you can do that is you have this anti-gravity effect of the Wan Qi, where it has to fill up your body first. They call it the macrocosmic orbit. And when you do that, you can sit in full lotus for as long as you want, in ease. And that's how they do the cave meditation. But it's also how they do the horse stance with the thighs parallel to the ground. And that's the secret to maintaining the celibacy and also the purification. In modern societies, you have to do the horse stance, and that's what they show in that Tai Chi movie. And I didn't know that secret when I started out in the training. I'm just like, oh, I'll just sit in full lotus all the time. And by doing the full lotus all the time in public, I just burned out my energy because I was constantly acting as like this transformer of the emotional blockages around me based on the frequency of the light. Oh yeah, measuring meditation of Bill Baldry, right? Yeah, Yeah, I know. The ayahuasca. Oh, really? Ultraviolet lamps. Interesting. And infrared. Okay, who else wrote this? Okay. ACT, right? Okay. The yeah, the I mean, well, like when we think of like abrupt global warming, people don't realize. And see, the other thing to realize is that you have the aerosol masking effect, and the IPCC, one of the working research groups, they just did a press conference a couple days ago where they announced that the carbon budget now is one half of what it was projected to be due to the aerosol masking effect mainly, and also that we keep increasing our emissions. But I just had an article on this. I put it on my academia edu website. Like I called it dark heat because that was 4 years term for what they didn't know it was infrared radiation at first, so he just called it dark heat. And I was making the connection between global warming and meditation because it's all based on the frequency of the photons as entropy or negative entropy. And um and so so my point is like, because of the aerosol masking effect, even if civilization was to shut down immediately, to stop, because people are really obsessed, with stopping the CO2. What they don't realize is that, obviously it would keep, you would have an immediate temperature increase, because the sulfur pollution would disappear, if you stop burning coal, and also diesel pollution, and the sulfur. And so it'd heat up because you're no longer reflecting the sunlight. The sulfur particles, they reflect the sunlight. And so the what's it did not even get included in the IPCC report. It was like over 6,000 pages. They never discussed that the largest ocean shelf in the world is the East Siberian Arctic Shelf, and it has this huge pressurized methane reservoir of 1,200 gigatons. And there's the methane is already accelerating out of that reservoir, and it's happened in the past. They've proven that's they've had abrupt eruptions in ancient, in geological time, that's what's basically cooked all life on Earth, causing mass extinction before. And so now, as the Arctic ice, disappears fast, the methane is increasing out of there, and all you need is a 5 gigaton abrupt eruption, and that will double the temperature. It'll double the, immediately on Earth. And that's going to cause massive drought and famine, because the interiors of the continents are 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer, than the global average. And photosynthesis shuts down after 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and even if, when you get above 90, then you're going to have a hard time growing grains, which is what we rely on for civilization. Is the interior of the continents are the bread baskets, and so the situation is much more critical than people realize. Is that there's this guy, Guy McPherson. He's a conservation biologist, and he's still, he gives talks occasionally. He called it the Guy McPherson paradox. Is this sort of like, catch-22 scenario with the aerosol masking effect. And so that it's pretty nice that it's now being officially recognized, that they just came out, 2 days ago, officially recognizing the aerosol masking effect being caught. They still claim that, we have 10 years left in the carbon budget, but if you get, based on 40 billion tons of carbon, we're emitting carbon, 100 times faster than the natural CO2 emission rate on Earth. And so that based on the carbon budget, we'd only have 6 years left before we would the amount of CO2 would lock in that 1.5 degree increase. But the problem with the 1.5 increase is that the NASA keeps moving their baseline, and you're supposed to use 1750 as the baseline because that's when industrialization started kicking out coal, in big time, and so which book did you get? Oh, Measuring Meditation. Oh, you got that book, huh? That's a big book. Somebody sent me that book for free, so that was nice. Whoever did it, thank you. I don't know if I don't think I still have it, but anyway, I know people, they think like some kind of technology will save us, but if you look at just biologically, like biology, I corresponded with Nobel physicist Brian Josephson. He practices qigong, and he asked me about his music compositions, like what was my opinion and stuff. He's a nice guy, and of course, nobody could have an MRI without the Josephson effect that he got the Nobel Prize for. But now he cannot even get published on arXiv. The free preprint of Science, the arXiv, they won't publish Brian Josephson, even though he has a Nobel Prize. And so it just goes to show how close-minded mainstream science is. And his emphasis now is that biology is more fundamental than physics in reality. And if you think about it, we're so obsessed with external technology, and it's really easy to get dragged into fixing machines. The entropy, Roger Penrose's point is that the gravitational entropy is the opposite of the entropy of matter. And so civilization, we're trying to decrease the entropy of matter using technology, but actually we're increasing the gravitational entropy, which then goes against life on a fundamental level. Because when you decrease, like Roger Penrose's point is, the origin of the Big Bang is from asymmetrical time, when entropy was really, really low, the gravitational entropy, due to the quantum negative entropy, this negative frequency or fundamental time or whatever. And in effect, what his argument is that the acceleration of the universe is actually creating what will then become the next Big Bang. But after all the singularities of the black holes, after all the mass of the universe goes into the black hole singularities, what remains after the Hawking radiation is this quantum frequency that's non-local and non-commutative. And that's what his palatial twistor model is based on, is non-commutativity. And even Lawrence Krauss, when he interviewed Roger Penrose, he's like, I read your last book. Roger Penrose, he's 94 or 91. And so, Lawrence Krauss, he had no mention of the palatial twistor model, because Penrose, he's been giving all these talks online, or talks that get posted to YouTube, about his palatial twistor model. And he's working with the Stuart Hameroff, and he's doing all this work, and people can't keep up with him. Like, he did a talk recently, talking about precognition in reality. Like, whether you're like a extreme athlete or a musician, you're gonna be experiencing precognition. That's usually, that gets dismissed as woo-woo. Like, you're not supposed to. and so, in other words, his whole point is that after the black hole singularity, there's no size. There's absolutely no sense of size in the universe. And so the origin of the universe is just pure time without any spatial sense of size. Yeah, woo-woo is real. I know. I did a interview or a talk or something with Sebs Solomon, and she called it something like Drew Hempel's Quantum Woo Woo. You can find that on YouTube. So she was joking with me about my woo woo. Which is, that joke's from the Mel Brooks movie, right? You know that because the kids show up to the psychiatry conference. I thought that movie's hilarious. I think that's the one where it's about where you're afraid of heights and you get dizzy. What's the name of that movie? Anyway, and so he can't say that, he doesn't want to say the word womb, so he calls it woo woo, and the kids are staring at him. It's like hilarious. Okay, so in other words, like what Gerard de Hooft, he calls it the eternal black hole as the source of all matter. So in other words, like the origin of the universe is there all the time before the Big Bang, from before the Big Bang. And then Penrose is arguing that we should be able to see the signals from the previous universe, before the Big Bang, in the microcosmic background radiation, and of course, people argue with him about it, but he's saying that relativity is the weak equivalence principle cannot coexist with the quantum non-locality. And so quantum non-locality comes first, and then what we call general relativity is actually only due to the collapse of the wave function of non-locality. Now, if you think of that in terms of biology, like at Basil J. Hiley's big point to Roger Penrose is you don't have to have the collapse of the wave function. You don't need the wave function. That if you understand non-commutativity, then you can maintain that non-commutativity in the macro scale. And that's what alchemy is as meditation, is you're just maintaining this quantum non-commutativity in the macro scale. You keep building it up, and you can store that energy up inside of you, and then, hey, okay, thanks. Take it easy. I don't know what to make of quantum woo-woo. Yeah. What do we do about it? There you go. As Louis Armstrong famously say, doobie, 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 doobie. We need more doobie, doobie. I'm just joking. I don't know if he really said that, but he says something along those lines. In terms of non-locality, like the enlightenment experience, all of a sudden reality becomes holographic. Obviously we're all going to die, right? So like when you watch these near death experiences, people talking about, all of a sudden they're outside of their body, and they're like, a lot of times they don't even know it's their own body that they're looking at. It takes them a while, and then they're like, they start traveling, into the tunnel of light, and then they start having a life review experience. Now, what you discover from yoga training is that subconsciously on the biophoton, like if you think of all of matter is made of light, so it's like we're subconsciously we're processing all of the emotional electrochemical energy, and the stronger your emotions are, the stronger of an imprint they will have on your soul. And this is why precognitive visions are based on a stronger emotional experience that gets imprinted in your soul. And so if you meditate really deeply, then you will have a precognitive vision based on this electrochemical, like you think of it like, you take a photograph and then you got to process it, in a dark room with chemicals. Well, that's what the meditation is, only that processing, when we have our eyes open, we're constantly, as entropy, we're constantly imprinting onto our soul our emotional experiences. And so that's what the past life review is that on a holographic, like speed of light, level, that gets played back to us, but it does so through non-locality. So we're literally experiencing the external emotions that we created in other people and then had imprinted back into ourselves. So like Qigong master Jim Nance, he tells a story that he trained as a Kung Fu master in the 1960s. You know, he's black, he's African American, he's a big guy. He was a professional basketball player, but before that, he did what they called original training in the African American community. They did this really intense kung fu training, you know, just like the movies that, well, this is the real thing. But they would have fights and like tournament fights, and he would always win. He would always win these fights, and then, but when he would win, he would always be sobbing afterwards. And the reason he won is that he would see the opponent in slow motion. And so, but the other thing is that before he hit the opponent, he would already feel the other person's pain inside his own body. And that's why, even though he won, he would be sobbing. And so then one time he did this after a match, and this Chinese teacher, master, came up to him and said, "You see the other person in slow motion, don't you?" And now Jim Nance, he thought that was his secret, you know? And so now he's thinking, how does this guy know that I see the other person in slow motion? And then the Chinese guy says, well, now he says, you need to train in Qigong or what's the other one? And I can't remember the name of the other, but this is in the 60s, right? So Jim Nance, he didn't know what Qigong, he didn't know of any Qigong masters at the time. And it wasn't, yeah, he's definitely he's a serious, he does long distance healing. Jim Nance, he does long distance healing. You can schedule a long distance healing through his website. His website is guidingqi.com. And so yeah, Jim Nance, he meditated for 12 hours a day in full lotus. He did that for like 20 years. Let's see. So he met Chen Yilin in 1995 when Chen Yi finished his advanced training in 1994. Chen Yi came over to the U.S. and he did Qigong healing here, and then he did it as a byproduct. He was teaching like traditional Chinese culture, and yeah, Jim Nance, he became Chen Yi's teaching assistant, and so they had a Qigong center. He helped teach the classes, so obviously you take a break for that. Actually, I have a good story about that. I was in the class. This was in 2002 or maybe 2003, and it was a small class. It was at a community. It was at the Qigong Center. At the time, they had this building. And I rode my bicycle there. It was a few miles from where I lived in Minneapolis. So they were in St. Louis Park, technically, which is like a nearby suburb. And I hadn't had any food yet for the day. And we were in full lotus. The class ended. And Jim was still in full lotus. And he said, I'm going to go upstairs to keep meditating in full lotus. And I said, can I join you? And this is 20 years ago now, right? So I was pretty young. I was younger, and I was better. You know, I was doing more full lotus meditation. And he said, well, maybe later. And so I was excited because I'm like, well, you know, if I keep training, then maybe next week I can join him, you know, upstairs when he goes to meditate. So I rode my bicycle home, and since I hadn't had any food yet, I dumpster dived a bagel, you know, because I was only working part time, and so I would dumpster dive for food. And then I I went up into my room and I went into full lotus to meditate. And this was during the day. And then all of a sudden my brain just was on fire, like literally on fire in the center of my brain. And it was like this blissful laser heat. And I had experienced this before, but not enough where I was like, is this from the full moon? Because, and it's like, it's not even the full moon. And this is way, way stronger than the full moon. And like the laser energy, the bliss and the heat was so strong in the center of the brain that I stopped meditating and I went out of practice. And then I kept going, and the rest of the week went by, and I went back to class, and I'm walking down the hallway to go towards the room of the class, and all of a sudden Jim steps out of the room into the hallway, and he turns to me as I'm walking towards him, and he says, "Did you feel anything?" And when he asked me that question, he looks right into my eyes. And all of a sudden, I remember when he says, "Did you feel anything?" All of a sudden, I have this flashback to, this intense laser in the center of my brain that was so strong that I had to stop meditating. And then I remembered him saying, "Maybe later." Maybe later. When I asked him if I could join him in full lotus meditation, and I biked back to my house 3 miles away, and he had said maybe later. And all of a sudden I realized when he said maybe later, he didn't mean me physically join him in meditation. He meant through the emptiness, he was opening up my third eye. And I was in such shock that I realized when he said maybe later what that meant, that I couldn't answer him. I was just shocked into silence. And he just looked at me, and we both went back into the room. And I told him that story later on, like 10 years later when I saw him again. I didn't have enough money to keep taking the classes because I was working at an environmental activist nonprofit. And I was, working part-times, and I wanted to work in an environmental nonprofit because I thought that's a worthwhile job to do. And so I saw him 10 years later, and I didn't know that he had just finished this sabbatical where he did meditate. He did meditate nonstop for like two months. And that's when he had this really deep heart awakening that like Ramana Maharshi achieved, that would be eternal liberation, which is a rare thing to achieve. And he didn't use those words, but I knew that's what he meant. And then and I didn't know he had just finished that. And so when I saw him again, he asked me, we got to talking again. He would ask me to stay after class, and we would talk. And then I told him that story. I reminded him because he said when he first started doing long distance healing, he accidentally was using too much energy, just like Poonjaji, the story about Poonjaji, where it's the same thing. The Shakti and the Wanchi is actually a laser energy from the emptiness. Like you will literally feel like a laser, that you can see. I have a playlist on Qigong where they show pyrokinesis, where these Qigong masters are able to light stuff on fire, and with just using their brain, their mind, and their eyes. And it makes sense because biophotons are a laser. It's a coherent laser energy. So you're storing that up to such an intense level, and then you're doing it through this non-locality. So you can then send that energy anywhere in the world to heal people, and you can actually see, you can do the remote viewing. When I told him my experience of that, my brain getting so hot with this laser energy that I had to stop meditating, and he said that he used too much energy at first, but then he said to me, that wasn't external to you. That was your higher self, manifesting. And that's what he means by the non-locality, is that even though the Qigong master is opening up your third eye with this laser Shakti spirit energy, that's actually not the Qigong master. It's the emptiness inside them that's doing it. And it's the same emptiness that's inside you also. Excuse me. So it's that's my long, is anybody even listening to me? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be boring. I'm just getting that out there, because it's a long, boring story, but I'm trying to describe. Thanks. Thank you from Australia. It's like well past, and you got Monday morning. You better take care of yourself. How do you do less full lotus as you aged? How did you do less? Oh, okay. The less full lotus. Yeah, full lotus, you have to. What I noticed is if you don't keep doing it, the Gurdjieff calls it the Kunda buffer, and he says modern society is controlled by the Kunda buffer, which was a blockage in the lower back. And when you practice full lotus, you're stretching out that lower back, and by stretching out that lower back, the cerebral spinal fluid is able to then flow up to the brain. And I sit in full lotus just so I can keep the brain focused, and also to clear out emotional blockages. But what happened is that I ended up moving, I don't live alone. And so I was asked, to move to this location, and it's a lot smaller. Environment is a big deal. Like everybody's like all about genetics and all this, but actually I would say environment is more important. And if you read traditional meditation books, like some of these Buddhist books, they'll say you want 2 miles radius of emptiness. Like you want your own space, for 2 miles. I mean, and then there's like the cave meditation. And Chen Yilin, he says, if you want to do advanced training, you need to go on a retreat or the cave meditation or a monastery or something. Meaning that so basically, like the last house I lived in, I basically had like the basement. Like we lived out in the countryside, and it was quiet, and I could meditate. And now here, it's all just like we live right by the highway, and the TV is like right next to my room. Most people, they're scared of silence. There's this fear of being alone because we don't realize like we're never alone. The lower back thing, it rattles like a box of bones. Yeah, that's good. Like when you do full lotus meditation, your skull will make cracking noises because the Jing, the cerebral spinal fluid, your brain will fill up with cerebral spinal fluid, and it creates this big pressure. And then what happens is then it flows out of the sinus cavity, and you swallow it down to the pit of your stomach. But the key point is that when you're meditating and you rotate the eyes, then it's infusing that cerebral spinal fluid with the Wan Qi charge, and it creates like this plasma. And again, that's literally how electric eels store their charge. It's in the fat, the what's the word? Lecithin. I have to see it spelled out to be able to pronounce it. Lecithin. And so it's all controlled by the biophoton signals, and the biophoton signals are both external and internal. So you could be like in a cave, but if you're not controlling your mind, like Punjaji makes this point, is like there's this like Westerner, he comes over to the Himalayas, to meditate, but in fact, and he thinks he's a hermit, but his mind is not empty. He's filled with low frequency, thoughts or whatever. And So people will use, what they call, they'll use mantra, but then they use japa, which is internal mantra, where you're repeating. And then Ramana Maharshi's point is like, even if you repeat Om, then it becomes repetitive. It becomes like a mechanical process, whereas the formless awareness is based on the source of the I thought. Now that's left brain dominant, and so that's like the yin chi, and then you visualize light on the right side of the heart. And so when you go deeper into meditation, the body channels will automatically open up, and you'll get this electromagnetic charge like flowing through the body, and your bones will get really supple. And so you'll be able to, like, when I was sitting, I went to the when I was fasting, and I went to the retreat, the level 3 Spring Forest Qigong weekend retreat to open up the third eye. And we had been sitting in full lotus for, hours and hours. Like, we would do like an hour full lotus meditation, or we would do sitting meditation. You didn't have to sit in full lotus, but that's what I was doing. I was, and then the pain got so strong, but then because my Wan Chi was activated, all I had to do was make the sword fingers, and I pointed the sword fingers at my feet, and I just waved them around on the center of my feet, because that's the center of your feet. It's like that. It absorbs the yin chi energy, and so the pain just went away. The pain just vanished because I cleared out the energy blockage. And that's what's so difficult for us to believe, is that our physical body, our matter is actually just energy. And but it's not just energy, it's information, this active information, whether you want to call it the soul or whatever. But so like Chen Yi-Lin, as a Qigong master, he works with the Mayo Clinic doctors, like not officially, but there's several Mayo Clinic doctors that promote his work and recommend him. And also he did a study on external Qi with a Mayo Clinic Dr. Ann Vincent. And I don't even know, Chen Yi, he might, they might even not be able to use the Mayo Clinic name. I mean, it's not some official Mayo Clinic thing, but the Mayo Clinic, they have a textbook on complementary medicine, and he has a chapter that he co-authored in there with another Mayo Clinic doctor, Nisha Manik. And the lady who did the study on him was Dr. Ann Vincent, and that got published, in peer-reviewed journal. It's not some highbrow journal, but she called the external Qi healings to be extremely impressive, because they were healing people who had chronic pain for 5 years or more, and they reported that their chronic pain had been healed, from the Qigong. And then, of course, when they stopped getting the healings, then the chronic pain, came back. But they got like, I think, like 4 healings, and of course, they weren't like super serious healings, because there's a big group of people, so you can only do so much energy per person, at a certain time. And but sometimes, if you go in for a healing or whatever, they'll they will, it might take several healings, but sometimes it only takes one healing. If it's Jim Nance, he talked about, he healed somebody a club foot. They contacted him. They said, you can heal me a club foot. And I met the guy. I didn't know. I went to the Qigong class, and he was an older fellow, and he stood up and he said, Jim Nance healed me of my club foot. And I had never heard of it before. I told Jim about it, and Jim, they had made a video testimonial from the guy, but they never put it on the website. And part of that is that, people freak out about this stuff. They have a hard time believing it. And so they charge a lot of money for the healings, but part of that is to protect their energy too. Like, you got to store up your energy to be able to do the healings, and you got to meditate all the time. And if nobody believes in the meditation, it's like, so unless you're making a lot of money doing it, then you're not going to be able to, you need to be able to have your own safe space, a good environment to meditate. That's my big point here. Is that, ideally, ideally you live in the countryside with lots of animals. Like I just had these wild cranes walk past in the yard with their baby cranes. It was very beautiful, so I feel lucky in that sense. And I also I do psychic healing. I do that on a regular basis. Where the little bit what I find is that when I do meditate, I store up the energy, the Wan Qi, and then I send it back out as Yin Qi, the negative ions. But if I kept storing it up even more, then eventually my whole body, the macrocosmic orbit would open up as the Wan Qi, and then I would be able to recharge the Wan Qi is just at the same rate that I send out that I'm doing the Wan Qi healing, and that's what the real spiritual healing is that it's what they call Shakti in India. It's only when the third eye is fully open that you can do that, and to get to that level, you have to store up enough Wan Qi to then build up your spirit to a higher level, to basically to increase the number of biophotons in your body so much, that the third eye fully opens up. So that's obviously it's a difficult level to achieve, and even that level, that's what that measuring meditation book is about that you mentioned, that they go into those different levels. Of course, they're describing it from Mahayana Buddhism from that perspective, so it's sometimes that it's a bit harder to understand. Maybe measuring meditation by Bill Beaudry, based on Master Nan Wachin. Okay, so this is quite the saga. 4 hours. Anybody else got any other comments or questions? Nine people. Yeah, I don't know what to say about the meditation. Obviously, for one thing, the other thing is to do the standing meditation. Yeah, welcome, Truth and Empowerment. Any questions or comments? For me, I've been told, for me to restore my energy, I have to do 2 hours of standing meditation a day, along with the sitting meditation. But the thing about standing meditation, you have your eyes closed and you're visualizing light as you're doing certain movements, and you're also listening. The standing meditation, they call it Ting in Tai Chi, which is this internal listening, and that's really the secret. When your legs start shaking, you're starting to activate that time reversed quantum undertone, from the future that normal, we think just our legs are shaking, but especially if your feet are on the earth, barefoot, it's not just the yin chi. What happens is the yin chi merges into the yang chi, and then when it goes up to the brain, there's a alchemical fusion between the yin chi is in the blood and the yang chi is in the cerebral spinal fluid, and then you have the different photons based on what they call the external Shen spirit, which is the Yang Shen. With your eyes closed, you're building up the Yang Shen, and then you're combining that with the Yin Shen, which is from the Yang Qi. And so that book, Taoist Yoga, Alchemy, and Immortality. That's what that's all about. Is that training, and so it's a bit different than the Mahayana Buddhism. There's actually it's been epic. All right, thank you. The 2 hours time from tomorrow. Okay, sweet. I guess we're doing it then, huh? Oh, your stream on your on both channels. So the what was I talking about now? The Wan Chi, the Wan Shen. The standing meditation is key. Okay. Yeah, right. The Okay, so this book, Taoist Yoga, Alchemy, and Immortality, it's part of the Dragon Gate alchemy tradition. And the guy who authored the book, I think it's his grandson. His grandson is like considered the lineage holder. And they have a website that I think it's another, like, a Westerner runs the website, and they I can't remember the name of the website, and I'd have to try to look it up. And you can find it. And they go into the Taoist Yoga, Alchemy, and Immortality, the book, but another key point is that the person who wrote that book, he was assuming that the people reading the book, the students, would be doing standing meditation because he taught martial arts, and his tradition was part of the internal martial arts training. And I didn't know that because it's not in the book at all. And it turns out, the standing meditation is the foundation of the practice. And so that's why, the Buddhists, so they have the monastery tradition. And if you can get away and go into retreat, that's one thing. But if you're going to stay in the world and try to develop the energy, the Wan Chi or the Shakti or whatever, then you have to do the standing meditation, for celibacy and purification, or whatever you want to call it. Tantra, you can call it Tantra too. So, like I said, I didn't know that. And since I'm a nerd, I got into I just started reading books and sitting in full lotus meditation all the time. And I burned up my energy doing psychic healing all the time for free. And it was an interesting experience. I had a lot of psychic healing experiences. And I had the stories about them in my book. My earlier book is called Alchemy of Rainbow Heart Music, and that's a free PDF. I have 725 scholarly footnotes, but that book was in 2012, and it was before I really realized that non-commutativity is the core concept. That I mentioned non-commutativity, but I didn't really focus on it in that book. But I discussed like UFOs or the paranormal and philosophy of science. And then it's also like a part memoir, where I discuss my tantric psychic experiences, where basically, in terms of Tantra, the thing about Tantra, like in India, the idea is that everything inherently is this formless awareness. And so there's not really, in the end, there's not really purification, because you're already there. So that, the dirtiest thing in the world has this formless awareness already in it. And it's just our minds as our spiritual ego that confuse the fact that this is not true. So I ate out of dumpsters for 10 years, and then I would eat tons of garlic to counteract all the junk food that I was eating. And my skin turned like permanently yellow from the sulfur in all the garlic. And luckily my job was I was working alone, and I developed telekinesis at that point because I was able to store up my energy enough. But at the same time, then I had a coworker who was attracted to my energy, and then she started coming in to work with me alone, at night when I was there alone, and she would work during the day, and then she'd come back to be with me at night, or to work, when I was working. And so then I sat in full lotus the whole time. And then what happened is my job got automated with what they call the speed dialer. And so a lot of people in the meantime, through that automation process, a lot of people got fired, and there was a lot of stress in the office. And she was one of the last females working there, and then she kept getting promoted. And so we had, I wasn't like attracted to her, but it was just like, I don't know what you would call it, and so after, what in terms of tantra, the yin chi is from the vagus nerve, and it just goes out of the pineal gland, and the yin chi automatically activates the vagus nerve in the female. And the original spiritual healers are female because they're yang internally, and the yang chi is from the vagus nerve. And so when you activate the yin chi, or through the yin chi, and you activate the vagus nerve of the female, it goes to the cervix, the female vagus nerve, the right side vagus nerve in the reproductive organ. For males, it goes to the testes, the testicles. For females, it goes to the cervix, and so it causes a cervix, trigger of bliss. And then what happens is then when the female has that cervix trigger of bliss, then that she sends out that energy, and then it goes. But the problem is that it's a low frequency energy, holographically on a spiritual level. And so then, as I'm sitting in full lotus, then I'm taking in that energy, which is, it's Jing energy. And then the full lotus automatically acts like a transformer. And it increases the frequency again, and it goes back out the pineal gland, and then it goes back into the female as the yin chi. And then what happens is when the yin chi, as the energy builds up in the body, and then it goes back out the pineal gland into the female, it also, there's a mutual trigger of the bliss at the same time through this vagus nerve activation. For the males, again, it's connected to the testes, and then the females, it's to their cervix. And so then you can sit like this, you can do this with the female for hours. But the more and more mutual, what I would call mutual psychic orgasms, the more that happens, then the frequency keeps building up between you. It keeps rising up and up and up. And then after a while, then the heart gets activated, because when you stay in the vagus nerve, normally for the male, when the male ejaculates, it activates the sympathetic nervous system, and that spikes the cortisol level with stress. And so the whole point is that the male is yin internally, and the male needs to become yang internally, just like a female is yang internally. And that's the secret of alchemy. And so by staying in the vagus nerve through tantra, it acts like a catalyst. And the male, you keep having these vagus nerve orgasms that are mutual psychic orgasms with the female's vagus nerve connection to her cervix. And so as that keeps happening, it keeps building up, and the frequency keeps increasing until finally the heart gets activated, because the serotonin, normally with when the male ejaculates, you get this dopamine burst, but you also get a cortisol spike from stress. And that's why after the male ejaculates, he's got to like sleep, or he gets really cranky or whatever. But if he doesn't ejaculate, but he has just a vagus nerve orgasm, then the dopamine from the vagus nerve, as it builds up and you keep having these more and more mutual orgasms, then it turns into serotonin, and the serotonin keeps building up. And as that builds up from more and more right side vagus nerve activation, then it increases the oxytocin, and the oxytocin keeps building up, and that goes to the right side of the heart. And so when the heart gets activated, then you start to access the Wan Chi. And this is discussed by Bill Bowdre in his Mahayana Buddhism. He has an article on Tantra, and he says this is the limit of Tantra, because you can empty out the realm of bliss, which is the lower frequency of the body, and you can also empty out the realm you can just start to empty out the realm of form, which is the next level. But you cannot access the realm of the formless, because Tantra is based on this external visualization, that's driven by the lust. It's driven by the lust of the, visual form that we find, attractive from as Tantra. And so that's the limitation of it, because in the end, you have to go into the formless realm to really activate. You can activate the Wan Qi and get to that level where, when you get to that level, your hearts are like interwoven through this magnetic, like ether through the Wan Qi, and you get that through the realm of form. So you can start to empty out the realm of form, but you have to keep building up the Wan Qi, and you can't do that with another person, because you can only do it through the formless awareness, which is the emptiness based on listening and logical inference. And so unless you can find another person who has that same focus on the emptiness and formless awareness, then you're always going to have this limitation of Tantra, where it's great because you can heal yourself of emotional low frequency blockages, and even physical blockages that are, based on electrochemical blockages. And you can also experience true love. And the secret of true love is based on this mutual, vagus nerve bliss that then builds into oxytocin. And it's real love, and it's mutual. And your hearts are like interwoven as this great feeling of love. And it's also like, it's even an impersonal kind of love at that level. But and like if you're separated from the person physically, you'll still feel that love on an impersonal level, like this magnetic heart kind of love. But the thing is that, again, that's the limitation of Tantra. So that in itself it's great. You can heal your body, you can experience real love. It's also dirty though, because you're in the real world. Like if you're eating food, like I said, like Tantra, like I used to eat so much garlic. I would eat bulbs of garlic a day. That was how bad I was. And I was eating out of dumpsters, and I was doing this Tantra experience. And it wasn't, it wasn't just that one female. It was like I would just sit in full lotus in public, and then whatever happened, I had some, I had some females say things to me, like, but of course, most people, they're not going to talk about if it's that kind of experience. I had some strangers, thank me, and it's not just due to the bliss, the orgasmic bliss or whatever, but the psychic healing. It's not just the bliss is the lower body, but your other organs are different emotions. So like if you have like an anger blockage in your liver, or like a sadness blockage in the lungs, and that could be caused by smoking, or any it's not just like a life force blockage based on lust or whatever. But on the other hand, like Freud talked about the libido as, that's what drives people for their subconscious. I mean, you look at like marketing, what is it based on? It's based on selling. Everything turns into a commodity fetish, as they call it, and you can do a whole another thing like that. But the whole point is how do you get past that? Like, how do you experience true love? Because obviously in our modern society with left brain dominance, we're cut off from what true love means. And it has to do with the deep physiological problem of basically a primates, of how does reproduction occur and what does it mean? The anus, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because it turns out the anal sphincter is the secret of how to stop your energy from being taken as a low frequency, like psychic vampire thing. And of course nobody wants to talk about that. And I looked up 7 different sources. It's in my training manual in my first upload in YouTube, as I corroborated this with 7 different sources from both India and China, from different practices. Is that if you flex the anal sphincter, that will prevent your energy from going out of your eyes. It will stop other people from trying to, suck up your energy. Like a lot of, like some males, they will try to feed off other people's energy just so they can ejaculate. It's crude to say, but unfortunately, I mean, we're primates, and and unfortunately, we don't, our original culture. Now this is where it goes the other way, is that in our original culture there was no masturbation and there was no homosexuality, because they didn't even know what it was. Now, that obviously, saying that right there, it's like, ooh, big, you can't say that, but that's just a proven fact. I discussed this with Elizabeth Marshall Thomas, and she lived with a uncontacted original human culture, uh, tribe, the San Bushmen, not just one tribe or whatever, but that, it's but not just the San Bushmen, also the Pygmies. I mean, these go back, 70, 80,000 years. And so essentially, like, it's a proven fact in biology, like when you have animals living in close quarters, tight together, then the reproductive drive, it's just going to go into overdrive, and you're going to get, I mean, the whole point is, like, the training of every male was required to do this spiritual training in order to not have violence and in order to do healing, and that was, the whole culture was based on that training. And since we lost touch with that, then we don't know what real love is anymore in modern society. And that's why you have all these crimes of passion, and 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 of course, ever since we developed agriculture, because with agriculture you can store, you can hoard grains and you can hoard wealth, and then when you can control the food supply, and then you can have wars. And that, there's a brand new book by Professor R. Brian Ferguson, and it's about, he talks about chimpanzees and human warfare, and he's basically like, we didn't have warfare until we developed agriculture, which is pretty recent in terms of biology. My diet, yeah, my diet is always a problem, because I'm still on the scavenger diet. If you look at, like, Buddhist monks in Southeast Asia, they just beg. They beg for food, and they eat whatever is given to them. But the main thing is you have, the less food you eat, the better, and you just meditate. Ideally, you don't have any food after noon, and then you're able to, because if you have to clear out your intestines to be able to see the light. So if you really want to meditate, you want to have your intestines cleared out. And so ideally, you're not going to have any food after in the afternoon. And then by 11 o'clock at night, that's when your third eye will automatically get activated. The channels will connect together, and then you can meditate until like 1 in the morning, and then meditate again in the morning before you eat any food. But when you actually eat food, it's pretty much like a blockage. What can you say? I mean, you can try to, ideally, you're going to have like 80% of your diet would be like green vegetables. That would be like, I just read the biography of Saint Joseph de Cupertino, and he actually levitated. He's the best documented person to levitate a lot, and he would eat bitter greens. He would mostly, he fasted all the time. And if he even smelled meat, he would throw up. See, you just asked me about meat. Yeah, I eat meat. It's you don't, ideally, you don't eat meat. You want a purified diet. Ideally, the whole point is that the energy channels, they get clogged up, by the fat and the cholesterol or whatever, and the when you have animal fat compared to I mean, the obviously, like, refined oils are a problem too, like refined vegetable oil, that's a problem. You want to have like a simple vegetarian diet. Okay, sounds cool, Bernie. I'm game. The Gabriel Cousins, he has this book, The Rainbow Diet, which I think is great because it's based on biophotons. They've actually done studies where they can measure the biophotons of the food, and when you eat fresh food, and I grow shiitake mushrooms on in the forest. That's my business, and and those shiitake mushrooms are considered to be really good chi. They have chi. Great. They're medicinal. It's a well proven fact. They're medicinal, and ginger. I think ginger is really great. I get organic ginger from India, 2 pounds. I go through tons of ginger. Like I'll eat. I'm on a scavenger diet, but I will have tea tree oil and ginger all the time to try to purify what I what I do eat. What I scavenge, the white trash diet. Oh yeah, great. Oh nice. Yeah, I became vegetarian when I was in high school because my best friend at the time, his parents were from Taiwan, and he told me he was becoming vegetarian in solidarity with the Tibetans because that makes sense. Like if he's from Taiwan, he's against the but that then later on he's like, well, all Chinese eat meat. You got to eat meat. Even the Tibetans eat meat. But what happens is when they do the Tumo, like Wim Hof, he does the Tumo breathing, and in Tibet, the Tibetan yogis they will eat meat at first, and that will generate the heat. You'll feel the heat, but then you just start meditating all the time to maintain that heat, and then they just do fasting, like the Wim Hof. I think he just eats one meal a day, and that's what they call the modified Bigu diet, because he says if he eats more than one meal a day, then it interferes with that deep breathing, with the tumo energy, where you're creating the heat from the infrared radiation, from the red light that powers the mitochondria. Um, so yeah, like I haven't, like I said, I'm out of practice, but I still do healing. Yeah, Chinny Lin, Chinny Lin. I was mentioning how Chinny Lin did a recent talk with this fertility podcast, because that's been one of his success in healing is if people want to have babies, he can help them. The chi will make them fertile, and the but he says, he does water fasting all the time. Like he'll do a 3-day water fast or 7-day water fast. But he basically the modified Bigu diet, like Qigong master FEP Chow. She was the first Qigong master I ever experienced. And that was 1995. And I think she recommended people drink 8 glasses of water a day. That's what I like to do. Is I will do a water fast and then meditate. Obviously, if you're doing a water fast, you want to be meditating, pretty much the whole time. But if I mean, it's like depends on the person. Obviously, you want to like and the the last time I did a 5-day tantra fast once with a coworker of mine, and in other words, the chi was um circulating. If you there The chi is just like the frequency of energy will power the body through the wan chi. So you're using the light to circulate the energy. The different frequencies of light will circulate the energy, but they do it through the wan chi, which is the non-locality, as the ether, like the formless awareness will enable you to keep circulating the different frequencies of light. And that's how you empty out the blockages, and you take in blockages from people around you. It's done like holographically, so that blockages of people around you are experienced internally inside of you, um, with your eyes open. And then that's actually extra energy. Those blockages as low frequency, that's entropy that then can be used, as extra energy to then power the body. And as long as you're able to then increase it to a higher frequency, yeah, I actually talked about fruit earlier in the 4 hours. Not surprisingly, right? I mean, over 4 hours, I mean, you're going to talk about pretty much a little bit of everything. All right, I should probably let people go. I don't want to keep people anymore. I I I apologize if anybody felt obligated to keep me company. Um, I'm gonna go. All right. Well, good luck. Good luck surviving your Monday. Um, on down under, and yeah, a quarter of a day. Oh, thank you, Lucy. That's very kind of you. Okay, thanks. Catch you next time. 1/6 of a day. Well, I haven't done live stream in a long time, so I guess I get to make up for lost time. Peace and love and kindness and forgiveness, and we're down. We went from 7 to 4, so people are heading out. It's good. 2 hours today. Wait a second. Is that today? Oh, you're broadcast. Yeah, I'll catch you. I'll watch you in 2 hours. Alrighty, I'm gonna officially end the stream. Pray for world peace. Exactly. Yeah, it's that's what we can do. Just like John Lennon. Okay, take it easy. Sayonara or whatever. I don't know Japanese, so Yoko Ono would know. She would know how to say goodbye properly. All right, I'm gonna click end stream. Take it easy. Thanks.